Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to start the series on the Dutch defense. This is going to be the first introductory video where we go and explain the ideas behind the opening, the plans, the common variations, and what the Dutch defense is about. And then I'm going to make a separate video on each important variation of the Dutch, on each system in the Dutch. And the series is going to be quite long. We are going to be covering all main alternatives for white, except the main lines, and we are going to be covering three main opening systems for black in detail. I'm also going to be doing detailed videos on how to play the Dutch against the Reti, so against one knight to f3, and how to play the Dutch against the English, against one pawn to c4. So let's get started. The Dutch defense starts after pawn to d4 by white and pawn to f5 by black, but it could also be played against knight f3, b3, and c4. So what is the Dutch about? Well, there are two things we should say at the start of this introductory video. The first thing is an upside, the second thing is a downside. The first upside of the Dutch, and the biggest one, is that you are controlling the e4 square. As soon as black plays f5, e4 becomes a weakness in the white position, and the whole strategy of the Dutch, the whole strategy of this opening is based around controlling the e4 square. The main downside of the Dutch, of the move f5, is the thing most serious dread players really dread and are really afraid of, and that's weakening the f7 square and weakening the diagonals towards your king. Some simplest mating patterns start after black weakens this diagonal. So black is going to have issues on this diagonal, there are going to be issues on this diagonal, and if a lot of trades happen and one of the white major pieces infiltrates black's 7th rank, black's king is going to be in a world of pain. So that's the downside. The move f5 weakens the position of the black king, but there are upsides to the opening. The Dutch is a very aggressive opening. It's an attacking player's opening. It's not an opening you play when you want to equalize. It's not an opening you play when you're afraid. It's not an opening you play for a draw. It's an opening you play to win, which makes it extremely interesting and which makes it appealing on all levels. Magnus Carlsen plays the Dutch sometimes. The weakest players play the Dutch sometimes, and the strongest players play it as well. The first thing I would like to mention is that the Dutch can be played against anything white does, except for e4. Against e4, if you play f5, this is called the Duras Gambit. This is not the Dutch, and it's a bad opening for black, so don't play it. e4, you cannot play the Dutch. If white plays knight f3, you can play the Dutch, and I'm going to make a separate video about this. If white plays the English, you can play the Dutch. If white plays the Nimzo Larsen, you can play the Dutch variation against it. You can also play the Dutch against one pawn to g3. So it's an opening system rather than one opening with a strict set of moves. You can rearrange move orders. You can play it against many systems white applies, and you can make it a versatile weapon which you can adapt to each separate opponent. One thing I would also like to mention, it can be played against the London system as well. So if white plays d4, if white plays d4 and you play f5 and he plays bishop f4, you're playing the Dutch, and I would like you to look at the video I made on the London system against the Dutch, because I'm not going to be talking about that in this series. Okay, so you can play the Dutch against anything. Now, what can white do? The normal way for white to play against the Dutch is to play one of these two setups. One of them is pawn to c4, knight to c3, knight to f3, and then playing e3, which is far less common. And much more common is to play c4 and g3 and bishop to g2 and then knight to c3. There are alternatives, as we are going to see, but these are the normal opening systems for white. Usually, white is going to play with the kingside fianchetto and the pawn on c4 and the knight on c3. Now, before we get into what black can do in the Dutch, the three opening systems for black, let's look at some alternatives for white. Okay, the first alternative I would like to mention, which is going to be covered in a separate video, is the Raphael variation, which is very much like the Jobava or London system, because white plays with a knight on c3 and with the bishop on f4. or on g5, depending on which line he wants to go for, and it blocks in the c4 pawn. So white is going to have a hard time challenging the center, which is why black should control the center. Now, what we can notice is that the move knight c3 controls d5 only once, the square that's already defended by the queen, usually after white plays c4 or after white plays c4 and g3, bishop to g2. The d5 square is sufficiently defended and black cannot advance. But in this variation, after knight f6 and, for example, bishop g5, black usually plays the move d5 very early on, taking a claim in the center and playing a sort of stone wall without the pawn on e6, without the pawn on c6, and basically going for central control. Now, the Rafal variation is quite complex, and as I said, it's going to be a separate video. The second sideline white could go for, which the Dutch player has to be prepared for, is the Hopton attack, and this is one of the most aggressive ways for white to play. The Hopton attack is quite interesting. Just give me a second. Gives black basically two very good options, either g6 or h6, which challenge what white is doing. If you want to ignore it, you can also play knight f6, d5, c5, d6, c6. There are a million moves here for black, but the two critical moves are g6, which sort of prepared to develop after knight c3, bishop to g7, in something like e4, prepared to develop the bishop as quickly as possible and to challenge the long diagonal, or the second option is to play h6 and challenge the bishop straight away. Now, this I think is the way to challenge the Hopton attack, but we will cover that in a separate video. Basically, the idea is you chase this bishop around and yeah, prepare to harass it. Here, if the bishop moves, you lose the bishop. That doesn't lose a piece, but instead white plays the move e3, and black really shouldn't be taking this bishop. We are going to see why in the video. Okay, so that's the Hopton attack. Now the alternatives, one more alternative I would like to mention is probably what all Dutch players fear the most, unless they learn it really well, and then they are not afraid, and that's the Staunton gambit. That's the move pawn to e4. Now, if you play the Dutch and you see pawn to e4, you are either really happy or really upset. Now, that's a pawn sacrifice that has to be taken. Let's just say that, first of all, if you ignore it, then if you, for example, play knight f6, then e takes f5, and you basically lose. You're lost. You should play c5 here, but after d5, you can resign. White has a huge center. After e4, if you don't take it, if you play something like d6, then of course e takes f and d takes f, and white's position is again brilliant. Your f pawn makes no sense, your king is weak, everything is weak, and you are much worse. So against the Staunton gambit, you basically have to accept it. That's the hard part about this gambit. You have to take it. And after white starts developing his pieces very sensibly, the weaknesses around the black king become very apparent after something like bishop g5. This diagonal is weak, and that could be very problematic. The Staunton gambit is probably going to be the most interesting video in the series, because there are going to be a ton of tactics. Okay, and there are also some minor sidelines, which we are not going to be getting into. These are the main deviations to the normal white opening systems. Either the London system with bishop f4, which is a normal opening, so the London system, the Rafal variation with knight c3, bishop g5, the Hopton attack, or the Staunton gambit with e4. Now, let's go into the normal lines. As I said, white either plays g3, knight f3, or c4 if he doesn't deviate. Very likely, all three moves are going to be played in some order. The most common move is pawn to g3, preparing to fianchetto and preparing to fight for the light squares very early on. Now, if you've been looking at the Queen's Indian Defense series we just finished, this opening, the Dutch, is related to the Queen's Indian. They are sister openings, and that's why I chose to do them one after the other. They are both openings that are based around the light square strategy. So both players adopt a light square strategy with the move f5. Black is directly fighting for the e4 square. And as we know in the Queen's Indian, let me just take you through that briefly. So after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, b6. Black prepares to fight for the light squares with his f6 knight, with his b7 bishop, and very often with the move f5. In fact, just today I played a Queen's Indian in which I played f5 too early, but they are sometimes even going to transpose into each other. So they are very similar openings. So the main move g3 for white prepares to fight for the light squares. It therefore makes a ton of sense. Now, black has 3 opening systems. And the 3 opening systems are going to be the essence of this series. And you basically have to choose one, which you master. It would be great if you knew all 3. But mastering one Dutch defense system will give you a powerful weapon. Okay, one of the moves that's played in almost every Dutch game is knight f6. So let's start with that just to get you through the basics. So after bishop to g2, you now get to choose between the first 2 options, the Leningrad setup or the classical setup. One thing you have to remember is that the Leningrad is always g6. Sometimes it's called the semi-Leningrad, sometimes it doesn't even have a name, sometimes it's called the Leningrad Dutch. Basically, when you play the move g6, you're playing the Leningrad Dutch. If you choose to play e6, this would be the classical Dutch. The third option is playing the Stonewall setup or the Stonewall Dutch with d5 and c6. Now we are going to look at these 3 types of centers, and I'm going to be explaining some ideas in the 3 openings. And then in each separate video we are going to be explaining them in detail. Let's go over the Leningrad first. This is a common position in the Leningrad Dutch. Now what we can see is the benefit of the Leningrad for black. Black has best of 2 worlds, best of classical chess and best of hyper-modern chess, which is what makes the Leningrad Dutch so appealing. Black hasn't conceded in the center as you do with the King's Indian, with the Pirc, with the modern, with the Alekhine, other early 20th century modern openings. Because black played the move f5 very early on, white cannot play e4 just like that. So black hasn't conceded in the center, which is a sort of classical chess thing, but black is also fianchettoing his kingside bishop and fighting for the center with his pieces. Now, the only thing white gets for that is the weakness created by the removal of the pawn from f7. If that's enough or not, I mean, only depends. Sometimes black loses the Dutch in 10 moves, sometimes he survives and wins. So the Leningrad is trying to use the move f5 to its fullest, and it's a wonderful opening system. Usually black is going to be playing for the move e5 and trying to take central control and control the entire board with his pieces. If he can get in normal developing moves like knight d7 or b6, bishop b7, then black would easily have a better position very early on. Next up is the classical Dutch, which is a setup with pawn to e6 instead of g6. And this is the so-called fluid center in the Dutch defense. Unlike the Leningrad, the classical Dutch doesn't reveal anything. It can be many different positions. It's rich, it's versatile, it's flexible. You could go into a Queen's Indian with the later b6, bishop b7. You could play for a very quick kingside attack with, after let's say knight c3, you play queen e8 and you play queen h5 and you just try to checkmate. If you've ever seen a Ginger GM video, I've seen this position in his videos 10 times. He either plays f4 and wins, or he plays e5 and wins, and he usually wins. White, on the other hand, has to suffer and defend on the king side, but if he manages to break through on the queen side with his pawn storm, weaken c7, weaken d6, play c5, get his rook to c1 and infiltrate on the 7th rank, then black collapses. So what white should be doing is try to put pressure along the c file as quickly as possible, get the rook to c7 and not get mated on the king side. The third setup for black is the Stonewall. And this is a very dreaded opening by players of all levels. Now again, I've seen Magnus Carlsen play it, I've seen complete Petzers play it, I've seen it play well, I've seen it play badly, and it could go either way. Let's just talk about the main upsides and downsides. Now, first of all, you could win this position in about 10 moves from here on. Let's look at it with just the black pawns on the board. This may make it harder, but I think it's more useful. So the Stonewall Dutch got its name from this very solid pawn formation on the light squares, which is almost impenetrable. So that's why it's called the Stonewall. It's positionally completely unsound, very bad, and any strong player should frown upon this pawn formation. Why? Because it leaves a lot of dark squared weaknesses behind, most importantly the e5 square. The second reason is you have a piece on c8, your light squared bishop, which is never getting out. So dark squared weaknesses, a bad light squared bishop, and that's something you just accept so that you could checkmate. And here's what you do. So what black usually does is, number one, queen e8, queen h5. You play knight f6 into e4. Your e4 square is defended twice. This knight basically cannot be removed. You play g5. You play bishop d6. You play rook to f6 and then to h6 and try to mate on h2. So you have a lot of attacking ideas. And in exchange for that, you have two problems. You have your bishop on c8 and you have a hole on e5. Your good bishop, your bishop on d6, can easily be exchanged. Let's just go back to this position. Here, one of the main ideas for white is to trade off black's best piece. So we find white, I'm playing bishop a3 here, just trade off this bishop, and black is left with his bad bishop. So that's the Stonewall. We are going to be discussing these ideas in detail, and each of these three opening systems is going to be covered in a lot of depth. The Queen's Indian is now a big part of my repertoire, and the Dutch is very much related to that, and I'm actually studying the Dutch in great depth now because I'm trying to learn it up to a level where I could play it in a tournament game without not knowing the first 10 or 15 moves. So I'm going to be explaining all three opening systems for black and all deviations for white in great depth. The series should take about a week, maybe 10 days, and see you tomorrow for the new video. Let me know what you think. Any feedback is greatly appreciated, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stjepan here. I'm going to continue the series on the Dutch defense with the easiest of all variations I'm going to be covering, and that's the Krejcik Gambit or the Krejcik Gambit, the position you can see on the board. The reason why I wanted to do this after having covered the three main systems is that you sort of have to get rid of the trash quickly when learning a new opening, and this is the trickiest and least known deviation, early deviation, white could go for against the Dutch. That's the move pawn to g4. So let's get into the opening. White plays d4, black plays f5, the Dutch. And now, of course, there are normal moves, g3, knight f3, c4, even knight c3, the Raphael variation, or bishop g5, the Hopton attack, or even e4, which is the more popular gambit, the Staunton gambit, and arguably more aggressive and more dangerous. But he could also play pawn to g4. The Krejcik Gambit, which is a very aggressive opening choice, makes a lot of sense. You could lose quickly if you don't know what you're doing, and it's important to sort of get it out of the way, learn it, and be done with it before starting to study the Dutch for real. So the opening was named after Josef Emil Krejcik, or Krejcik, who was an Austro-Hungarian player born in 1885. He died in 1957. He was a chess master, problemist, journalist, publisher, author. He was publishing at the time, at the beginning of the 20th century, he was publishing the Wiener Schachzeitung, which was the most important Vienna's chess magazine. He also had a chess column in a newspaper, and he wrote several very famous books. He wasn't a very strong player, but he has some known games. Okay, so what's g4 about? Well, when black plays the move pawn to f5, the Dutch defense, the idea of the Dutch is to prevent pawn to e4 and to gain center control. It's as simple as that. You accept weaknesses. on the f7 square, on the a2 g8 diagonal, on the h5 e8 diagonal, and on the 7th rank by moving this pawn. But also by playing f5, you gain control over e4 and over g4, which are very important squares. Because you have played f5, most d4 players will not be able to go for their standard stuff of, I don't know, queen c2 and then preparing e4 and expanding with e4, because it's not as simple now. So Dr. Krejcik came up with the idea of playing pawn to g4, which by brute force tries to refute the Dutch by getting rid of the f-pawn. Now, there are upsides, there are downsides. Downside, this is a gambit, you give up a pawn. Also, downside, you're not going to be castling kingside anytime soon because you don't have a g-pawn anymore. Upside, get rid of the f-pawn, and if black takes the pawn, which is the most principled way to play, now black has all the downsides of the Dutch without the central control. So gambit succeeded, sort of. The opening idea, the theoretical idea succeeded. Black no longer has central control, but black has all the weaknesses which were created by playing the move f5. For that, he has a pawn. Okay, let's have a look at what happens in the opening. I'm going to be talking about several ideas for both sides. The first thing I would like to cover is a sideline black could go for in which you don't take the pawn. This move I wouldn't recommend, but I'm still going to show it to you because it could get experienced Krejcik gambit players out of their prep. One thing I would like to note before we get into the theory, this is a great tournament opening for both colors because it has a great surprise factor. And regardless of which color you play, if you play white, great surprise weapon. If you play black, there are surprises you could prepare for those who play the Krejcik gambit. One of them is d5. Okay, so most people take the pawn. Most people who play this with white accept you to take the pawn, but you play the move d5. What d5 does, it defends your f5 pawn, so in the event of gf5 you can take with the bishop and both sides have weaknesses. And you also develop your bishop, prepare an expansion, and if you take on g4, e4 is still hard to play, as well as c4. Now, there are two responses I'm not worried about at all, and one response why I will never play d5 if I know my opponent knows d5. So let's have a look at queen to d3. This is the simplest one. Threatening to take twice or to defend twice, you take on g4. And this move, pawn to h3, is going to be a Benko gambit style with colors reversed way of dealing with this. Obviously, in the Benko you play a6, you meddle with pawn sacrifices on the queen side. In the Krejcik gambit you do the same thing on the king side, which is much riskier. But still, you want black to take the pawn for rapid development. If the pawn is taken, then either bishop takes or knight takes is quite good for white. So we don't take, you play knight to f6 and h takes g4. This pawn could be taken with the bishop or with the knight, or if your queen is on d7, as it will be the case in some other variations with the queen. In this position you take with the bishop because your knight has already been developed. Generally, when the bishop is still on c8, and hg4 happens, you take with the bishop. If the bishop is on f5, you take with the knight. If the bishop is on f5 and the queen is on d7, then you take with the knight. Okay, bishop h3, challenging your bishop, queen d7 defending, and again, takes, no problem in this line for black whatsoever. Black is simply better, black is simply a pawn up, and of course he could lose, but he should be able to win this position with precise play. So after d5, if white plays queen d3, that's no problem. If white takes on f5, it's also not a problem. You take with the bishop, and they play bishop h3. You can play queen d7 or exchange, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6. No issues there. You've given back the pawn, but you have a slightly better position. Your king is slightly safer than white's, and your knights are better. The knight on h3 is obviously no good. Bishop f4, queen to d7, knight to g5, which is a very aggressive move, but there are no issues. You just play pawn to e6. White plays queen d3, you castle queenside and go on from there. You should have a slightly better position. Again, after d5, this is not a problem. The variation that worries me is after d5, white plays g5. And this means trouble. Now both sides have weaknesses. The g5 pawn is actually good, and after you play e6, you have a bad variation of, I don't even know what this is. You just have a bad position. White plays h4, defending his pawn. You have to play c5, undermining everything but c3. Knight c6, f4, everything is solid, bishop d7. You have no space. You have a weakness on e4 you cannot use because it's very hard to get your knight into d6. I mean, you would have to play queen c7, knight d8, knight f7, knight d6, knight e4. But even then, white has an e2 pawn, so it's not such a big deal. White plays e3, you play queen b6, white plays knight f3, you play bishop d6. Everything seems normal, but it's just that white has more space and you have nothing. You just have nothing in this position. It's not a lost position for black. According to the engine, it's equal, but g5 is the reason why I wouldn't recommend d5 as a response to the Krejci gambit. But again, you can use that. Now let's have a look at the main moves. So after g4, the most natural response is to take. And we are going to be looking at three ways for white to play: e4, h3, and bishop to f4. Let's just go over bishop f4 straight away. That's simply not a good move. This is already lost for white according to the engines, but it does provide a lot of pressure. Your second move against h3 is going to be different to what you play against e4 and bishop f4. So pay attention. Against bishop f4 and e4, your response is going to be d5. The reason why you play d5 is you develop your bishop, you defend your pawn, and you stop e4 and c4. You want to be stopping e4 now that your f5 pawn is gone. So white's response is almost always going to be h3. Benko gambit style. Again, if you take, white should be better. He doesn't even have to take immediately, just knight c3, knight f6, bishop h3, knight h3. These pieces are very active. Your king is unsafe because you moved your f-pawn. You are still going to have to play e6, weakening yourself further, and this is simply not a good position. White has a ton of initiative. So just when h3 is played and you've played d5, just ignore it. Knight f6, h takes g4, bishop takes g4. As we said, when the bishop is still on c8, you take with the bishop. Knight c3, e6. This structure I would like to talk about briefly. This is what you're going to be dealing with in the Krejci gambit. Your pawn on d5, your pawn on e6. The reason why you have to play e6 is because you have to develop your f8 bishop. There are ways to play around this, and when a knight jumps into f3, take it if your bishop is on g5. The reason for that is, of course, you don't want to allow knight e5. And yeah, there could be some issues on c7, but nothing major. Knight f3, you take it. E takes f3, bishop d6, you challenge the bishop. You want to trade. And after this, white is simply lost positionally, strategically, and there's just nothing he can do. He has a pawn down for absolutely nothing. His pawn structure is ruined. His king is just as unsafe as yours. So bishop f4, not a problem. h3 is slightly different to e4 and bishop f4. Against e4, as we are going to see you again play d5. Against h3, you can play d5. So if you want to make things simple for yourself, just go ahead and play d5 against all three, but there's a better option. After d5, hg4, bishop g4, queen d3, knight f6, bishop h3. You play queen to d7, defending your bishop. Bishop takes g4, queen takes g4, and knight f3. The reason why queen d3 was played was to put pressure on f5 and defend f3. Now knight to c6, rook to h4, queen to d7, something like bishop f4 and d6. And this position I think is quite good for white. This is too much activity, which is why I wouldn't recommend d5 after h3. One thing you should note, don't take on h3, that's no good. Bishop g5, a lot of pressure. Once you play d5, then knight takes h3. Again, white gets a ton of pieces out. After h3, the most natural response and the best response, the most counterintuitive response, is to give the pawn back with g3. After g3, white has to take. There's no alternative. Advancing the pawn would leave you with a great pawn on g3. So fg3. And now both sides have weaknesses, but you are playing white. It's your move, and that's why you should have a slightly better position. Knight f6. You're the first one to develop a piece. d5, central control, bishop g2, c5, undermining the center, e4, d takes e4, d takes c5, queen d1, and king d1 is just one variation in which I believe black simply stands better. You still have the right to castle, you have just as many weaknesses as white does. After you play e5, the c5 pawn is going to fall, and this should be pleasant. So against h3, just remember g3. If you don't want to give the pawn back and get into double-edged positions, then play d5. But as I said, this position after d5, I think white stands better. Now, let's have a look at e4. e4 is the main move, makes the most sense, and basically does what the Krejcik gambit is all about, seizing control over e4 and playing e4 by having removed the f5 pawn. Against e4, you play d5. One thing that should be noted, taking on d5 loses straight away to queen takes d5. White would have to play f3 or something like that. So nobody's going to take. After d5, white has one good move and one move only, and that's e5. Now, this is a Caro-Kann without c6, with a pawn on g4 for some reason, the advanced Caro-Kann. If you put this pawn here, put a pawn on c6 and put a pawn on g2, then this is the advanced Caro-Kann. For those of you who know the advanced Caro-Kann, this is going to be useful, and you will understand what to do in this position. You basically have the two options you have in the Caro-Kann. You can play c5, which is a sideline. You can play bishop f5, which is the main line. The idea of bishop f5 is you want to play e6, developing your f8 bishop without closing in your bishop on c8 and making it a French defense bishop. The idea of c5 is undermining the center, which in the Caro-Kann black does after c6. So having wasted the tempo on c6, he plays c5 on the very next move, or two moves later. Here you have the advantage of the fact that you haven't played c6 yet, so c5 comes in one move. After c5, white should play c3. You continue with knight c6, white plays h3. You ignore this. Again, you always ignore h3, you never take it. cd, cd, queen b6, normal Caro-Kann, knight e2 defending the pawn, bishop f5, normal Caro-Kann, hg4, bishop g4, bishop h3, you take it, and you play e6. You have the same pawn structure again, but this is just much better. This is a clean pawn up, you're going to castle queenside, and wonderful position. So c5 is actually what I would recommend. It's a sideline here as well. Bishop f5 is the main move, but c5 is very nice. Okay, bishop f5. Now, there are two options we will look at. One of them is trickier, one of them is the main line, and you should be familiar with it. The tricky option is knight to e2. I'm going to show you a quick game in this line, just to give you a taste of how white wins in the Krejcik gambit. The idea of knight to e2 is knight to g3, harassing the bishop and opening up even more lines. Queen d7 is the move, defending your bishop, and after knight to g3 you are now prepared to develop something else. So knight c6, white plays c3, defending the pawn, and now here the best move is pawn to g6, so that you defend your bishop, give yourself bishop h6. That's the point. This bishop is not going anywhere unless it goes to h6. Obviously, g7 is a bad diagonal with 4 pawns on the diagonal. So white plays h3. You again can ignore it, but taking is actually more precise, because takes and knight f5 and queen f5 gives you more play. Now, this could be counterintuitive, but in this position it actually makes a lot of sense, because you have pressure on f2. If you ignore h3, that's also fine, but there's a problem. You would have to take with your g-pawn. So after, let's say, bishop h6, bishop takes, knight takes, pawn takes. Here your knight is hanging, and also immediately your knight would be hanging, so you'd have to take with the knight. But after the exchange, excuse me, here, now your knight really is hanging, and this is a ton of activity. After you take, the pressure on the h-file is is quite brutal, and you've closed the F file for your own pieces, so don't do that. So after h3, taking, and queen f5. Okay. Now, after bishop takes pawn, whoa, wait. Why did this get messed up? Okay, after after knight to d2, which is the theoretical move, and bishop takes pawn on the next move, you have a few options here. You can play bishop h6, which is the main move, trying to trade off pieces, or you can play e6, which visually makes no sense, but it is much safer. I've actually analyzed this position and tried to find a safer option. Now, the only thing that has ever been played, and we are going to follow a game played in Bad Vorishofen, a tournament, the last tournament I played before the virus, the main move was played bishop h6. And here's the issue. After bishop takes h3, there is a forcing line that goes bishop d2, check, king takes d2, queen takes f2, check, king to d3, queen to g3, check, bishop to e3, okay, and now knight takes e5, check, d takes e5, queen takes e5, and this is a complete mess. Black has given up a piece, it's not clear why, and the position gets just blown open. Black has 4 pawns for the piece, so it should be enough, but it's still very risky. After queen a4 check, which was played in the game, black played king f7, and after rook a to f1, knight f6 was played, rook f6 was played, and in this position black for some reason took with the queen and resigned. So let's try to find a safer option. After knight to d2, instead of bishop h6, which even if you don't blunder with queen f6 is very tricky, even if you continue from this position, even if you don't play knight takes e5, even if you play something normal, it's still tricky. Let's go for an alternative. So after knight to d2, the alternative I found, which has never been played, is pawn to e6. And now after bishop h3, you simply play queen f7, and your position is solid. After queen g4, double pressure on e6, you play king to d7. After knight, after knight to e4, which is a very interesting option for white, you cannot take it, you should castle queenside, castle queenside manually, with rook to e8 and then king to c8. You should be fine. After knight c5, for example, then you can go here, and your position could crumble after knight takes e6, but if you're careful, it should be okay. And here black should be better, I believe. Now, if you take, wait, after knight takes e4, if you take the knight, then d5 comes and you can basically resign because your pawn is pinned. So this is trickier, but black should be better if he doesn't make a mistake. So that's knight to e2 after bishop f5. A very interesting option. I think if I'm white, I would play this move. So black has to be extremely well prepared. Remember this idea with e6. The main move after bishop f5 is pawn to h3. By the way, again, this is the reason why after e5 I would just recommend c5, avoiding all the hassle. Okay, after bishop f5, h3 is the main move. And now what you do against h3 is again the very simple response g3. Okay, and now this position should already be familiar. And after g3, white plays f takes g3, and you play on from here. Your idea is again to play e6. Once your bishop is already outside, you can undermine the position with c5, and both approaches are okay. Your king should be slightly safer than white's after, let's say, c5, bishop g5, c takes d4, queen takes d4, knight c6. I think you should be okay. Let's say queen d8, e6. I think this position should be fine for black, and I would rather play black. So let's just sum this up. After the Krejcik gambit, take the pawn. After e4, play d5, and after e5, my recommendation is to play c5. Get into this nice position where you have everything and white has basically nothing. You're a pawn up for nothing. So c5 on move 4 against the main line. Against h3, you shouldn't have any issues with playing the move g3, which should be the best move. Again, you can play d5 if you want to, getting into similar positions to what you do against e4. And against bishop f4, just play d5 and you're better. And that's it. Yeah, don't take on h3, play knight f6. Okay, I hope this helps. The Krejcik is not a hard opening to refute, and black should be better. But as you saw in a tournament game played by 2,300 players approximately, white won. So still be careful. Okay, tomorrow we are continuing more interesting Dutch variations. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for more chess. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, Stjepan here. Today I'm going to continue the series on the Dutch defense, and we are going to be looking at the Stonewall Dutch, perhaps the most controversial and most popular of all the three opening systems in the Dutch defense, classical Leningrad and Stonewall. I'm going to be covering all three. If you haven't seen the introductory video to the Dutch, please do before we continue. I'm going to do this video focusing on plans. I'm not going to be focusing on opening theory, because the Stonewall Dutch is all about plans, and it's all about plans for both sides, and it's about understanding what you're supposed to do in any given position. So even if your opponent goes for a different move order, even if your opponent plays a move you don't know, even if you find yourself in a position you're not completely familiar with, you will know what to do. So we will be talking about the position you can see on the board, the Stonewall Dutch, characterized by this very strong wall of pawns, the f5, e6, d5 and c6 pawn, which is very hard to break through. It creates great attacking possibilities for black, but it also creates very important downsides. So let's see how we can get into the opening. The Dutch defense, of course, starts after d4 and f5. Before we get into this, I would like to mention one very important move order difference which every Dutch player should know, and that's you can start with the move e6 on move 1. Now, the upside of this is that after d4, f5, there are numerous annoying things white could go for. White could go bishop g5, which is the Hopton attack. White could go for the Staunton gambit. White could also go for knight c3, bishop f4, queen d3, even g4. g4 is a this is the Krejcik gambit, very strong. So by playing e6 on move 1, you avoid all of that, but you have to be prepared for the French defense if white wishes to transpose with pawn to e4. So for the French defense player, this is a great way to avoid all the sidelines in the Dutch. If you don't play the French, well, then play pawn to f5. After pawn to f5, white continues c4, black continues knight f6, still not committing to anything. White plays g3. We have pawn to e6, and after bishop to g2, you can continue bishop e7. You don't have to, but it's the most popular move. And after knight f3, both sides castle. Black plays the move d5, white plays b3, and black plays the move c6. White doesn't have to play b3. There are different move orders, but this is essentially the position we are going to be talking about with either the bishop on d6 or on e7. So what is this position about? Okay, it's not a specific series of moves. It's not about the move orders. It's a setup, it's an opening system defined by the pawns you can see in the center, f5, e6, d5, and c6. Okay, this is a variation in which white cannot easily expand with e4. Okay, so white will have trouble playing the e4 pawn. The white pieces can be arranged differently. He could go for different setups with a bishop on f4, with a bishop on b2, with a knight on d2, with a knight on even h4. It will still be the Stonewall because black plays it. Before we get into the opening for black, you can also play it with white, starting with the bird's opening by playing the move pawn to f4 on move 1, and you basically get a Stonewall a tempo up if you wish to do that. It's not a popular opening, the Stonewall, but it's very respected, and even Magnus Carlsen has played it recently. Okay, and here's why. It's an opening which gives you equal space, which white can do nothing about. Now, there are very few openings that claim that advantage, and this is what makes it very appealing to the strong player. For that space advantage, black is conceding two things. Two main downsides which make the opening unappealing. The first downside is dark squared weaknesses. All of your pawns are on light squares, which means the corresponding dark squares are extremely weak. Now, especially the e5 square. The e5 square is going to be the biggest weakness in the black position. The second weakness you have created by taking up space and putting your pawns on light squares is leaving your bishop behind on c8, and it will be tricky to develop the bishop, as we are going to see. Now, I'm going to show you two ways to do this, and if you learn the plans in the stone wall, it should be fine. Now, to prove that it's a solid opening, it has been played by Tarash, Alechin, Botvinnik, Bronstein, Korchnoi, Tal, Smyslov, Kramnik, Short, Spassky, among others. And recently, after having been famous for black's attacking chances, the stone wall got a reputation as a very solid opening. So it's not what most club players think. It's not what I thought. It's not an opening in which black plays to checkmate, play knight e4, g5, g4, and checkmate. No, it's a very solid opening in which black has great positional chances and great strategic chances as well. Okay, let's start with the light squared bishop. So this is black's biggest problem strategically. This is the worst piece. Correspondingly, this is a very good piece. If you have pawns on light squares, you want a dark squared bishop. So what can we do about this bishop? I'll just play random theoretical moves for white just to show you what black can do. There are two options. The first option, which is more popular, is to play bishop d7, and after something like bishop b2, to continue bishop e8. Let's say knight to d2, continue bishop h5. So you do this to get your bishop outside of the pawn chain. This is very time consuming, but it could help in the attack, and it's a very good plan. The other thing black could do to develop the bishop, let's play knight e5 again, is to simply go b6 and then either go bishop a6 or bishop b7. If you go bishop b7, then very often, as we are going to see when we cover other plans for black, playing c5 is a useful maneuver. Okay, now for white, correspondingly, he has an issue with this good bishop, so he would like to sort that out. So what can white do? Black's best piece is the bishop on d6, so white will want to trade it off. Not at any cost, not if the cost is too high, but generally white would be happy with the trade of these two bishops because then black would be left without his best piece. There are two ways to do that. The most straightforward way is playing bishop f4. The other way is playing b3, which is the main theoretical move on move 7 in this position, and this is what we are going to look at when we look at theory. If b3 is played, it's clear that white wants to play bishop to a3. Note that you should not do that before you castle. Okay, so let's say you make a mistake here and you play, let's say you play, white plays bishop to d6 and you play bishop to e3. Well, now you simply lose takes, and queen a5 check. So note that b3 should never be played before castling because you can lose the knight. I've actually done that as white in one game. So you castle first, bishop d6, b3. Now, white wants to play bishop a3, challenge your bishop has nowhere to go to. There's a way to prevent that. You don't have to, but there's a way to prevent that. If you want to ignore what he is doing, then you castle, he plays bishop a3, you take it, and then play queen d6 or queen e7, attacking the knight, forcing it to move back. As we are going to see when we cover plans for white, this is not bad for white. The knight actually wants to be on c2 because, as we know, the biggest weakness in the black position is the e5 square. So one of the most natural ways for the knights to develop is knight a3, knight c2, knight e1, knight d3, doubling the control over the e5 square. Okay, that happens if black wants to allow the trade of the bishops with bishop a3. The main theoretical move and strategically soundest is to play queen e7, and now you cannot play bishop to a3. So white's plans are hindered. Not that b3 is not a useful move. White can still play bishop b2, develop the bishop to a very good diagonal, but he wasn't able to trade straight away. Now, the other option of playing bishop f4 is the second most popular move, actually, after b3. And this trade black should accept because white is paying a price. You take, ruin white's pawn structure, you castle, and now it's very hard for white to, well, to prevent your pieces from coming in. There will be plans like queen e8, queen h5, knight g4, knight e4. And white basically made his pawn structure worse, the trade of the bishop, so you at least get something in return. Okay, let's continue. When it comes to trading knights and the light squared bishops, okay, when it comes to trading the c8 bishop, if it's white to choose, there is no rule whether he wants to trade it or not. It will depend on the situation. If the bishop is very strong on a6 or something, then you would like to trade it. If, for example, black plays bishop d7 and you play knight e5 and black plays, let's play a random move a6, you don't want to take this bishop because it's behind all the pawns. So that will depend. Trading knights is simpler though. For white, white doesn't want to trade both knights off. That's a very simple rule. You don't want to trade both knights off because if you don't have knights, you don't have a way to challenge the weakened squares in the black position. So if I were playing white, I wouldn't trade either knight. I would try to get in nice knight maneuvers, as we are going to see. So if you're white, decline knight trades. Okay, now let's see what white could do with his knights. The knight on b1 doesn't really belong on c3. And that's a mistake most novice players in the stone will do. They simply develop the knight to c3. Well, the knight on c3 isn't really doing much. d5 is a very strong square. You're not controlling the center, so there are better ways to do it. You want your knight on d3 and f3. That may seem close to impossible, but here's how you can do it. Okay, firstly, why do you want your knights on d3 and f3? Well, you want to be controlling c5, e5, and f4. Okay, so these are the key squares in the position. You want to be controlling these two squares. Now, how can we do that? There are a couple of ways to do that. A very common maneuver is playing your b1 knight to d2 and then getting it to f3 and actually getting your f3 knight somewhere else. So how can we do that? We can get our f3 knight to d3 in two different ways. We can play knight g1, knight h3, knight f4, knight d3. Let me select a different color. Or we can play knight g1, excuse me, knight g1 to, excuse me, knight f3 to e5 and then to d3. Okay, so that's one way to do it. Okay, the other maneuver I already showed, and that's knight a3, knight c2, knight e1, knight d3. So when you get your knights to those lovely squares, you will have great central control. Let me just give you a brief sample variation. After, for example, bishop a3, bishop takes a3, knight takes a3, we said this was good for white. Let's say queen e7, knight c2, knight bd7, knight c2, e1. Okay, and now black has to react. If black doesn't react immediately, let's say he plays a passive move. Let's say he plays a5. Then we play knight d3, and now it becomes very hard to challenge the center. So after knight c2 e1, black would have to react rapidly with something like dc4, and after bc4 just break through with e5. Because if you don't break through now, then you're never going to break through. So okay, the knight maneuvers are very important. So remember, knight g1 to f3, e5 d3, knight g1 h3 f4 d3, knight a3 c2 e1 d3. That's what you want to do with your knights. You don't want to trade them off, you want them on these two squares. Okay, the next very important point are the knight trades on the weak squares. Okay, firstly, one thing should be highlighted. White's weakness on e4 can be remedied with the move pawn to f3. Okay, so that weakness could be eliminated. While it's still in the position, black has the option of playing knight e4. White, of course, has the option of playing knight e5. There is no general rule about these trades. one general rule is that if white captures on e4, you take with the f pawn to open up the f file. But it's very important to realize that the structure is going to change, that the nature of the position is going to change, and that there are going to be available squares for both sides after the trade happens. For example, knight d7, now knight d3. White doesn't want black to take on e5, let's say queen e8, let's say knight to d2, and let's say black just plays a5. And white now, of course, shouldn't trade. Why? Because after something like knight e4, fe4, the f file is open, black's pieces are coming in, the bishop is still blocked, and there's the f5 square to use. Of course, also after e5, my bishop is open. So let's say knight f4, let's say bishop to d6, defending e6. You can see how this trade is unfavorable. So the best general advice I could give you, whenever there's an option to trade on e4 or on e5, doesn't matter which side you play, consider it carefully. Okay, now let's have a look at some ideas for black. Now this may be advanced. I've actually spent a lot of time studying the Stonewall Dutch in the recent 2 or 3 weeks because I was playing the Queen's Indian for a long time and I'm planning to switch to the Dutch, basically. Okay, so plan number 1, playing g5. Again, not in this exact position, in a position that could evolve from this. I'm just going to show you the general ideas. Playing g5, why? If white has a pawn on f3, which, as we said, is common either to prepare e4 or to defend e4, you can undermine the f3 pawn with g4, and that gives you control over the e4 square. So g5, of course, along with being a great attacking move and a very aggressive move, it's also a positional move because it could weaken white's control over e4. One more thing it does, if white goes for the plan of bishop f4, then g5 simply dislodges the bishop. So we could imagine something like bishop f4, let's say h6 and then g5. Okay, let's continue. Playing c5 is a very strong idea in the Stonewall Dutch. Let's go for a sample variation. Bishop a3, bishop takes, knight takes, b6, knight to c2. We've seen this already. Let's say bishop to a6, let's say rook to c1, queen d6, knight c2 e1, going for knight d3, and now we play c5. c5 becomes very effective in conjunction with either bishop b7 or bishop a6, because black all of a sudden has huge pressure throughout the center of the board, and there's no easy way for white to react. For example, after d takes c5, b takes c5, now black no longer has a Stonewall structure. He in exchange for that, he has a very fluid center, he has a lot of center control, and all of his pieces are developed and basically perfect. This knight you have to snap off, so queen takes d3, something like knight c6. You have hanging pawns, but you have a lot of pressure. So playing c5 is a very common plan. Okay, another thing is if you've played the semi-Slav or the Slav, taking on c4. You basically have a Queen's Gambit declined or Slav or semi-Slav structure on the queen side. By taking on c4, again, not here, in some positions, you give yourself the option to make e5 and c5 very strong and basically destroy the center. So taking on c4 should not be neglected. It's a very common plan. As we saw earlier, another plan is to play a5, a4, especially when white goes for b3. That simply undermines the queenside pawn structure, activates your rook, and creates problems on the queen side. One more thing I would like to mention is simply playing knight g4. You don't have to play aggressively, you can play positionally. This controls the e5 square, and if white plays knight e4, you are ready to snap that off. Okay, now let's have a look at some plans for white. Okay, we are going to be talking about three different plans. Let's start with the most common one, trading on d5. By trading on d5, white is giving himself the semi-open c file, which could prove very useful with the rook on c1. One thing black should remember is that you always take with the e pawn. that means that the C file is not open. That means that your bishop has a bit more scope, and well, you get rid of your backward pawn. In conjunction with that, I would like to mention the plan with b4, b5, either with or without b3, which is useful combined with taking on d5, or with another plan which we are going to mention, advancing c5. All three of these plans are basically aimed at achieving a sort of queen's gambit declined queenside pressure for white, which exploits this Carlsbad queenside structure for black. You would want to undermine or highlight the weakness on c6. If you advance with c5, then c6 is about to be a permanent weakness, especially after b4, b5. So this is a very common plan. If you start with b4, okay, let's assume that the c4 pawn is not hanging, then advancing with b5 would again weaken the c6 pawn, and if black exchanges, you get the open c file. And of course, the e6 pawn becomes much weaker when advancing it would mean that the d5 pawn is isolated. So these are very common plans. Another very common plan is breaking up the position with e4. That of course has to be prepared with pawn to f3. Okay, and as we already mentioned, trading of the dark squared bishops, keeping the knights on the board, maneuvering the knights to great squares, and controlling e5. Okay, now finally let's have a look at some theory. Okay, so let's get to the starting position again. Again, this can be achieved via several different move orders, and the main thing is black does his own thing, white does whatever he wants. As we said, it's a stone wall regardless of what white does. You can start with d5, you can start with c6, doesn't matter. d5, here we go, we have our stone wall. Remember, not b3, bishop a3 before you castle as white, so castles, bishop d6, and let's have a look at the main move first, b3. Okay, as we said, the idea is bishop a3. Now, let's have a look at what happens if black decides to allow the trade. We castle, bishop a3, bishop takes, knight takes, queen e7. You can play knight c2, you can also play queen c1, which is a very useful move, giving your knight the option to jump into g5, controlling f4 a bit more. Okay, knight b to d7, developing the knight, queen to b2. Keeping guard of the knight and of the d4 square and connecting your rooks. b6, of course, by playing knight b to d7, we are not going for this plan. We are going for this plan. Rook a to c1, bishop to b7, rook f to d1. White's development is perfectly natural, but he doesn't have much. After rook to c8, for example, and e3 and knight e4, you can see how well positioned the black pieces are, with the exception of the bishop on b7. However, if given the opportunity, you could take on c4, you could play c5, semi-Slav and Slav type of plans. So remember that you could open up your bishop that way. Okay, the most common move though, queen e7, controls a3, so white continues bishop b2. White doesn't have to play bishop b2, he can also play knight e5. We don't take that, we don't want to give up our bishop, obviously. We castle, bishop to b2, b6, let's say c takes d5, whenever c takes d5 happens, e takes d5 is played. Queen c2, putting pressure on c6, double pressure. Now we have to decide what to do. We could play bishop b7, that would be slightly awkward though, leaving the knight on e5, so in this case theory says you should take, so takes, d takes, and knight e4. Now our c6 pawn is only visually weak because we can play c5. The e5 pawn is weak and our development is great and all of our pieces are active. So knight e5 very early on I don't think is good for white because black keeps a lot of his central control and all of his pieces are active. So bishop to b2, main theoretical move. Now here you could castle with black, you could go for b6 straight away. You don't have to go for b6, you could go for the plan with bishop d7, but let's say b6, which is the main move. Knight e5, you don't want to trade, bishop to b7, knight to d2, black castles, white plays rook to c1. White again plays very natural moves throughout the opening. Okay, now black is going for the plan of activating his rook, e3, controlling the center. One thing I forgot to mention, Yes. The plan of playing knight a6 and knight to c7. Your knight is very good on c7, controlling the d5 square and also keeping guard of the e6 pawn. So after knight a6, let's say queen to e2, let's say knight to e4. One other thing that you could do is transfer your knight into the f6 square if you have to. So for example, f4, knight c7. You could continue this way if you want to as well. So this is a very common way to play. So as you can see, it's not really about the exact moves. It's all about the plans. So study the plans which I've showed you. Okay, now let's have a look at the alternatives. As we said, b3 doesn't have to be played. Bishop f4 can be played. That's the second most popular move. We've already looked at that. So you take it as black, and after g takes, you castle. White continues pawn to e3, playing the stone wall himself. If only he could bring his pawn back to c3. Knight b to d7, knight b to d2, knight e4. Now in this position, it's common to take, but you don't have to. Knight takes e4, f takes e4, knight to d2, knight to f6. And bishop f4 I don't think is very ambitious for white, although his structure is very solid and some pieces have been traded off, and the bishop on c8 is very hard to develop, but I think this is generally very equal. Okay, and the two alternatives to bishop f4 and pawn to b3 are either queen c2 or knight c3, both aimed at controlling the e4 square and simply developing the pieces. They are going to transpose though. They're in most cases. After knight c3, black should castle. Queen c2, okay, we've already transposed. We could have started with queen c2 and then knight c3. Knight e4, the idea is not to take, but to go for a quick queenside attack. As we know, in most Dutch and King's Indian and Queen's Indian positions, white wants to be advancing on the queen side and gaining space over there. So after knight d7, b4. Now, if you are aware of the King's Indian defense, in which black ignores the queenside pressure for white, then this is different. It's not always like that. The Stonewall Dutch is an aggressive opening, but you don't have an automatic attack. Very often it's slower than in the King's Indian, so against a queenside attack by white, you actually have to defend. The way we defend, and remember those are the variations with knight c3 or queen c2. So if white doesn't go for trading off the dark squared bishop, but instead plays knight c3 or queen c2, that means he is going for a queenside attack. So whenever he plays b4, we play b5. Okay, after c takes b5, you don't want to play c takes b5, of course you play knight takes c3, and after queen takes c3, c takes b5. Now, the b1 rook is basically useless. You have a great square on c4, so knight b6, knight c4 is a must-play maneuver at some point. But white gets activity himself, so something like bishop g5. And this generally, I think, is going to be more pleasant to play for black than the main lines. The big issue you have here, which has to be sorted out, is your bishop on c8, because now the normal plans no longer work. And often you will have to play moves like a5 and then bishop a6 and try to develop your bishop that way. Otherwise, the only way to do what you're trying to do is to play knight b6, knight c4, bishop d7, bishop e8, excuse me, bishop e8 and bishop h5. So you will be struggling with your bishop in these variations. Other than that, I would say no issues. Okay, now to finish the video, I'm just going to show you a quick game. We're going to scroll through the moves quickly. This is the game Flor Botvinnik played in the 1958 rematch, World Championship rematch. Flor played bishop to g5, which prevents knight e4, but is not a very common move. This has been played about 20 times or so, and it's quite an old way to play. Knight bd7, e3, queen e8. Botvinnik starts a Stonewall Dutch kingside attack, and I wanted to show you this game just to show you an example of the attacking aspects of the Stonewall. Queen c2, king h8, very useful move, preparing g5, also preparing rook to g8, also in some positions preparing knight g8. Knight e2, h6, Bishop takes, bishop takes. And now black has already achieved something. He is definitely going to keep his best piece on the board. If white has played e3, then he must have expected h6 and being forced to trade the bishops, because bishop f4 would lose. cd5, ed5, always ed5, knight f4, a great square for the knight, but g5. You can also chase away knights from f4. Okay, the knight goes back to d3, great control over e5, that's definitely true. Rook g8, but black still has two pieces defending, so knight e5 isn't really a good move. Queen to c3, controlling e5, bishop to e7, knight f to e5 now that the bishop has moved, knight f6, and Botvinnik decides to simply ignore what Floor is doing. He simply goes in for knight g4 and knight e4, leaving the e5 square uncontested. f3, stopping both. We said this is a very useful idea. Bishop to e6, knight c5. Now this knight is very strong. Your bishop doesn't really have great prospects in the attack, so bishop takes c5 is understandable. Queen takes c5. You don't want to take with the pawn, weakening the e5 square, of course. Queen takes c5, knight d7, forcing a trade. And now let's stop here for a moment. This is a very common thing in the stone wall. Only the light squared bishops are left on the board from the minor pieces, and white thinks he's achieved something. But how true is that actually? Black's bishop can be opened. It's not that the bishop is going to stay put on e6. So by trading off all the other pieces, I wouldn't say white has achieved much. Okay, rook a to e1, rook g7, preparing to either double the rooks or play rook h7, rook f2, b6, chasing the queen away, queen to d6, rook to c2. And they chose this game because it was completely equal until one blunder happened. b4, h5, and Botvinnik starts. Okay, king h1, h4. You don't want to take, of course, but if you don't take, I'm going to be gaining even more space, and instead of opening the g file, I'll open the h file with h takes g3. You don't want to advance, of course, because that loses a pawn. If g4, then f takes, bishop takes. So he takes f4, trying to block the position, trying to open his bishop up, trying to make the black bishop bad. But we know the maneuver we go for. Bishop c8 to d7, d7 to e8, e8 to h5. Botvinnik starts with rook to g8, bishop to f3, making the bishop a bit better, bishop to e8. Queen to d2, bringing the queen back to the defense, queen h6, and all of black's pieces start storming white's position. Queen e2, preventing bishop h5, h3, gaining very important space, rook c to c1, preparing for rook g1, and now rook g2. A brilliant sacrifice. It doesn't really work, it doesn't win, the position is still equal, but he's counting on the fact that his e8 bishop is going to be extremely strong, or either h5 or f3. This basically has to be taken. Okay, so he took, and rook takes. And now I would like to invite you to pause the video. You have two options. You can play queen f1, or you can play queen f3. Pause the video. What do you do as Floor? Okay, in the game, queen f3 was played and Floor lost in a couple of moves. Queen f1 is actually equal. After bishop h5, black doesn't really have a good follow-up. Fine, white doesn't have much either, but he could start rearranging his pieces and start trading off, or he could try putting pressure on the queen side. He is not getting mated for now. Okay, after queen f3 though, the win is quite simple. Firstly, it's a tempo move, so bishop h5 forces the queen to move. Secondly, because the bishop was brought into the game with tempo, there are beautiful tactics in the position. Excuse me, no, queen h4. Not bishop h5 straight away, bishop h5 one move later. And here's the reason. After something like b5 is played, okay, if you play b5, then bishop h5, okay, and now you have a choice. You can play queen f1, trying to save the queen. That's the only move to save the queen. But after queen f1, this didn't happen in the game. You simply play queen g4. Now I hope you can see the winning idea. There is no way to save the position. Whatever you do, the game is lost. The engine in this position plays rook c2, rook e2, and gives up all of his pieces. Let's say a4 is played, or let's say taking on c6. Now, rook g1 check, you only have one move, queen takes, and then queen f3. And that's it, checkmate. So after bishop h5, Floor actually took on g2, and after h takes g2 check, king g1, c5 was played, and Floor resigned. So this is an example of what could happen in the Stonewall Dutch. There are many other games to study, and it's all about systems, it's all about plans, and it's all about studying Grandmaster games. So if you plan to play the Stonewall Dutch, I hope I helped at least one bit, and good luck. Let me know what you think about the video, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye. Hi everyone, Stjepan here. In today's video I'm going to continue the series on the Dutch defense with the classical Dutch, which is probably the most popular of the three Dutch opening systems, the classical, the Leningrad, and the Stonewall. We've covered the Stonewall in the last video, so if you haven't seen that, have a look at that, because it's very different to this. And if you're just starting out with the Dutch, it might be good to know all the options. And also watch the introductory video I've made on the Dutch, where I covered all opening systems briefly. Okay, so the classical Dutch is probably the most interesting and the most aggressive of the three systems, because it's based on a kingside attack strategy, but also it's not all about the kingside attacks, and it's very important to know the positional and the strategic aspects of the position if you don't want to mess it up. Also, as opposed to the Stonewall and also the Leningrad to some extent, it's very important not to mess up your move orders in the classical Dutch, because white could get in a very quick advantage if you're not careful. Okay, so here's what the opening is about. As soon as you play f5 after d4, it's clear that you're fighting for the center. You want to gain space on the king side, control the e4 square. It's sort of like the Sicilian, but committing your f-pawn, which is much riskier than committing your c-pawn, because the diagonal to your king is open, and often your 7th rank is going to be weak. And another thing is, white cannot play for an advantage against the Dutch the same way he can play for an advantage against other openings, unless he plays complicated, forcing, risky chess. So most people who play d4 often go for positions where they have to push the e4 pawn forward to gain a small edge. If you play the Semislav against them, for example, most people don't play bishop g5 and Moscow and anti-Moscow aggressive lines. Most people go for a small advantage. Against the Dutch, that's just not possible. You either play against it or you lose. Okay, so many players have played the classical Dutch over the years, among others Stahl, Spassky, Larsen, Capablanca, even Paul Morphy, so it's a very popular opening. I'm going to be focusing on plans for both sides, same as in the previous video, because it's important to know what the plans are about, but we are also going to be covering the opening theory, and we are going to be looking at two different setups white could play. Two main setups white could play. One is the English setup and one is a normal d4, c4 setup. We're also going to be looking at some deviations. Okay, so let's see what the classical Dutch is. So after pawn to g3, which is one of the common moves, white could also start with knight f3 or pawn to c4. You play knight f6, he plays bishop g2. Again, he could also have played knight f3, you play knight f6, he plays c4, you play e6, then they play g3, bishop e7, bishop g2. So it's mainly going to be transposing, but let's say g3, knight f6, bishop g2, e6, and now c4, bishop e7, and knight f3. And after knight f3 you castle, and this is your classical Dutch setup. Okay, so you play e6, knight f6, bishop e7, castles short, and this is what you're trying to do. One thing I would like to mention, which we are only going to be mentioning briefly, is that if after c4 black wishes to exchange the bishops, he can. It's still the classical Dutch, but it's a slightly different opening. You can play bishop to b4 in sort of Bogo Indian fashion. It's slightly different because you're trading off your dark square defender, which means that often the plan we are going to be looking at in a second, is not going to be as effective, and that's the plan of playing for e5. e5 will not be as effective because there will be basically nothing to cover your dark squares after that, and sometimes you are going to be in trouble. Okay, so that's one thing. You could play bishop b4, but I wouldn't recommend that. That simplifies the position, and the Dutch is an attacking opening, so you want to play for a win. So bishop to e7. Now, the Dutch is very similar to the Queen's Indian, and if you know the Queen's Indian, then after the opening moves, black plays b6 very early on, and white's most effective method of countering the Queen's Indian is to play the main line with g3, bishop g2. In the Dutch, you haven't played b6 yet, so most often white is going to play g3 and fianchetto his bishop to use that fact. If white doesn't play bishop to g2 after g3 and g3, then black's best idea is to play b6, which we are going to look at in a second. Okay, so white completes his setup, knight f3, black castles, and pawn to d6. And pawn to d6 is the so-called Ilyin-Zhenevsky system, which we are going to be covering in detail. This is the main opening idea. And here we can start with what the opening is about. So the main idea behind d6 is to play e5. Okay, so e5 is the break you want to play for, and after you achieve e5, you have a broad center. You have a lot of attacking prospects, especially with the move f4, undermining white's kingside structure. And it's considered that if black gets in the move e5, he should be slightly better. Okay, so knight to c3, and here we have a couple of options we could go for. The main moves are queen e8, a5, and knight e4. There are a couple of other options. Most of them are just not good, and we are going to have a look at them in separate parts of this video. Okay, now before we move on to the theory, let's look at the main rules. Okay, so the main thing in the classical Dutch you have to remember is that white wants to play e4. If white can play e4, then white usually stands better unless black can counter it with e5. If black has to exchange with f takes e4, usually white will be better because you will have no space for your pieces and hardly any counterplay on the king side with the semi-open e-file being open for white. Okay, after e4, f takes e4, so his rook would be active on e1. That wouldn't be good, and your pawn on e6 would be a target because you still have a pawn on e6. After e4, also, as I said, no attack. If black can get in e5, though, the position is either equal or very complicated. If black gets in e5 with the pawn still on f5 without white being able to trade it off, then he has a huge center and, as I said, options for a kingside attack. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at an example of that. So let's say knight to f3. Let's say e6, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, bishop e7, c4. Let's just play the main line. So castles, d6, knight c3, a5. This is one of the main moves. And let's say white plays the move queen to c2. Now, one thing you have to remember, we are actually going to have a look at a game from this position played by Simon Williams, the Ginger GM, the best classical Dutch player of all time, probably. And one rule is that knight c6 is only played when the white queen is placed on c2, because if d5 happens, which is a common advance, which again we are going to have a look at, you have the move knight b4 with tempo. So that's usually how things go. Okay, now here's the interesting part. Pawn to e4. So we said white wants to achieve e4, and it should give him an advantage unless black can play the move e5. Now there is a Simon Williams game with pawn to e5 which I've analyzed. This is Bjarnason versus Williams from 1999, so he was really young, and after e5 the bishop is open. That's the main point. The c8 bishop can enter the game, and also the knight has the option, as well as going to b4, it could also be coming to d4 if an exchange happens. So that's it. Okay, and now white has a couple of options. I've analyzed a very interesting move, e takes f5, which wasn't played in the game played by Simon Williams. And if after e takes f5, you have a couple of options. You can play knight b4 attacking the queen, or you can play e4 attacking the knight and then taking the f5 pawn. I think knight to b4 is better, but white should still hold an edge. After e4, knight takes e4, of course. You don't have bishop f5 because they take on f6 with tempo, with check. So knight takes e4, queen takes e4, bishop takes f5, let's say queen to e2, and let's say queen to d7. And in this position, white should be slightly better. I don't see anything for black. However, after e takes f5, knight b4 is a bit more interesting, and after queen e2, this is complete chaos. So bishop f5, d takes e5, and now the madness starts. You can play bishop d3, sort of winning the exchange, but after e takes f6, bishop to e2, f takes e7, queen takes e7, it's complete madness on the board. And again, white should be slightly better, but very complicated. Now, what used to be theory, or what I think was the response after e5, was d takes e5. And now black gets an isolated e-pawn, fine. And after, yeah, you can play f takes e4, or you could play d takes. After f takes e4, the position is supposed to be equal, but I'm not really sure. Okay, so the idea is that if white can get in e4 without black getting in e5, then white should be better. So let's have a look at that in this position. If the response that should be played, e5, is not played, let's see what happens. After f takes e immediately, then knight takes e4, you're going to have a couple of options. Now, trying to equalize with the move e5 again makes the most sense. So e5, and after d takes e5, d takes e5, knight takes f6, bishop to f6. Again, gives black an isolated e-pawn, but black sort of has the equality. And the other option after knight takes e4 is simply knight takes e4 and queen takes e4 and playing for d5. Which after, let's say, queen d3, dc4, queen c4, queen d5, again should be equal for black. So you don't have to play e5 straight away, or at least that's what I concluded after my analysis. Using the engine, by the way, doesn't help with the classical Dutch. You sort of have to figure out the positions for yourself. If I'm going to turn an engine now, you cannot see the evaluation bar, but let's say after e4, e5 is supposed to be +1 for white, which is simply not true. Okay, let's continue. So e4, e5, one of the main plans you have to remember. Okay, now let's have a look at one mistake which has been played about 20 times. So d4, f5, knight f3, knight f6, g3, e6, bishop g2, bishop e7, c4 castles, knight c3, d6 castles. Okay, now there is one more thing white could go for. Instead of e4, white could play for d5. And if you've ever played the Queen's Indian defense, then you know that often your f5 pawn is going to be weak after d5, e5. And also your bishop on b7, if your bishop is on b7, is going to become a worse piece, and you're going to have to reroute it back to c8. In the case of the Dutch, d5 gains a ton of space and breaks up black's already sort of crumbly, weak center. So here's the mistake. On move 7, as we said, queen e8 is the normal move, a5 or knight e4. Okay, if black makes a mistake with knight c6, when the queen is not on c2, so you don't have knight to b4 as a maneuver, white could play d5 straight away. And this is considered to be positionally much better for white. Now, it's not losing straight away, but it should be lost on the highest levels. There have been plenty of games from the 60s lost by black from this position. And now how do you punish that? After d5, how do you punish black? After d5, you simply have to play knight e5. Okay, and after knight to d4, you can now play knight takes c4, which is the only sensible move. But after knight e6, bishop e6, pawn e6, Your center is weak, you have no counterplay, white's bishop is the best piece on the board, and it's just a dreadful position. So this is a mistake. So you have to be careful about d5. That's why in this position people either play queen e8 or a5. Okay, now let's have a look at positions where white doesn't fianchetto. So after f5, we said the normal plan is g3 and bishop to g2. Why? Because this bishop is bad, and the only way for it to develop normally in standard positions is to play the move e5, and that way your bishop gets open because you have a pawn on e6. So this is the classical Dutch, and unless the bishop gets to b7, or unless the pawn on e6 is advanced to e5, then the bishop is going to be no good. Therefore, white most often fianchettos his bishop. If white doesn't fianchetto his bishop, which is perfectly possible, and plays a sort of normal d4, c4 setup he would play against anything, then you can use the time to play the move b6. Let's say bishop f4, bishop e7, e3, knight e4. Okay, so white seemingly hasn't done anything wrong, but black is equal or more than equal. Why? Because your bishop is perfect, and you have best from both worlds of the Queen's Indian defense and the Dutch defense. Not that white is lost, but black has equalized easily. So one rule you have to remember, whenever white doesn't fianchetto with g3, bishop g2, play b6, bishop b7, transpose to a Queen's Indian setup with pawn on f5. Okay, now, probably the most interesting part of the classical Dutch is going for a kingside attack. Now, as I said, it's not all about the kingside attack, but knowing when to strike is very important, and knowing the tactical patterns is very important. So I would advise you to go to chessgames.com, type in Simon Williams ECO code A96, black wins. All Simon Williams games in the classical Dutch that black won, it's going to be very instructive. You can also have a look at other players, but he is my favorite one. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Let's start from the main position of our starting classical Dutch. So again, 3 moves are possible. We are going to have a look at the move queen e8, which is the main move and the most aggressive move for the moment. Okay, now the first thing I would like to mention is the ideal placement of the black pieces for an attack. Your a8 rook is probably going to be stuck there for quite some time, and it's highly unlikely that you will include it in a quick attack. Okay, your queen follows its comes to the most natural square with queen e8, which is a main move on move 7 for a reason. The queen wants to go to h5. From h5, the queen exerts pressure on h2 and along this diagonal. One important thing to note is that if, let's just give white a move, let's say b3 and queen h5, if white plays the move e3, this move is often aimed at trading the queens, so the black queen will often drop back to h6, from where now this bishop has been shut out. You can play queen h6. Okay, so the queen belongs on h5. Your bishop ideally wants to get to h3. Okay, if the bishop gets to h3 and you can trade off the g2 bishop, then the white king is weak. Your knight, which is now on f6, belongs on g4. Again, in conjunction with the queen on h5, you can see the pressure on h2. For all of this to become very, very, very effective, you want to play e5, f4. That's your ideal attacking setup and your ideal attacking plan. Play queen e8, play queen h5, play e5, play f4, bishop h3, knight g4, checkmate. Most often it won't work because white is not an idiot, so he's not just going to allow you to checkmate him, but you will get a lot of pressure in most of your games. In exchange for that, in the classical Dutch, white has more space on the queen side, white has more attacking chances on the queen side. The good news is your king is not on the queen side. So often white is going to advance his pawns, put a rook on c1. If they manage to take the c7 pawn, then you're in trouble, so white goes for counterplay that way. Okay, let's have just a quick mention of the move b5. Sometimes, most often when your knight has been played to a6 and then to c7, you can play the move b5, weakening the d5 square and then controlling the d5 square, also generally exerting more control over the light squares in the center. Okay, now let's have a look at some theory, finally. Okay, we will be starting from this position. This is the Ilyin-Zhenevsky system, the main line of the classical Dutch, and basically the most important thing you have to know. And as we said, we have queen e8, a5, or knight e4. Again, knight c6 you don't play, you will lose, because d5 and knight e5 and knight d4, and this variation we've seen before. Okay, so only 3 moves to consider. Before we move on, I would like to mention one deviation from white, which is queen to c2. If queen to c2 is played, we can now play knight to c6, but we start with the move a5 to support our knight on b4. So after they play knight c3, we play knight c6. In this position, of course, it would be bad to play the move d5 because knight b4 and white would simply collapse. So white starts with the move pawn to a3 to stop knight b4. But now black seizes his moment to play the move e5. And white, of course, shouldn't take. This trade would be very good for black. Instead of that, after e5, white responds d5. But it's now under very favorable circumstances. Your f5 pawn is defended, unlike the queen's Indian defense. c5 is very hard to play. Sometimes you will even have time to get in the move, b6, to completely prevent c5. And your knight is rerouting to very beautiful squares after knight b8. Okay, so after the f5 pawn is defended, for example, with g6 here, you can then remaneuver your knight into play. So this wouldn't be a problem. So just remember that if white starts with queen to c2, change of plans, you have knight c6, he's going to have to prevent knight b4 with a3, and then you can play the move e5. If you can play e5 without being punished, generally, you are equal. The main move, though, is knight c3. And now let's have a look at our 3 options. Queen e8, as I said, main move. a5 is generally played to be able to play knight a6 without blocking in your a5, your a7 pawn. Also, it prevents an expansion with b4, which is always possible. White generally continues with b3. The reason why white continues with b3 is to control the e5 square some more. It's the most active placement of his bishop, and after e4, the center is very strong, and much more flexible because of the b2 bishop. Okay, now after a5, usually queen e8 is played once again, so a combination of the 2 systems. You could play knight a6, you could play c6, you could also play knight e4. That's one more plan I would have to mention. So knight e4, not only in this position, but on move 7 as well, sometimes even on move 6, which is called the Alechin system, is a very useful move for 2 reasons. The first reason is, after you play knight e4, it's very hard for white to play e4, almost impossible. If a trade happens, as we are going to see in other variations, after fe4, often you will have the move d5 to simply solidify your e4 pawn. The second reason is, sometimes this is going to be supporting an f-file attack. This is also a theme in the queen's Indian, so after takes and pawn takes, obviously your rook is much better now. Thirdly, after d5, if a trade happens, your c8 bishop becomes very active. So that's very important. However, after a3 and b3, the most common move is queen e8. So most move orders here after move 7 are going to be a transposition, unless white does something drastic. So bishop to b2, knight a6. The knight is either going to b4 or to c7 after c5, which is possible, very rare but possible. Rook e1. White, of course, wants to play for e4. That's clear enough. Queen g6. Queen g6 is another pattern, as well as queen h5. This is designed simply to prevent the e4 break. Okay, e4, and now after knight takes e4, knight takes e4, f takes e4, rook takes e4, here's the point, knight b4, and in this position the rook is under pressure. Of course, the rook couldn't have been taken. Let's just have a look at that quickly. after queen takes e4, sorry for using the engine, I just want to double check everything. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't remember everything. So the queen has no squares. The best move would either be queen to c6 or taking the knight. Sorry for that. Okay, so after rook takes e4, you play knight b4. And after, for example, queen to e2 defending the rook, you now have bishop to f6 and a lot of pressure on white's position. Of course, white doesn't want to give up an exchange in e6. One more thing I forgot to mention. The bishop in the classical Dutch, the dark squared bishop, usually ends up on f6. And that's going to be the case in positions where you don't have a quick attack, where you don't have a quick mate. This bishop is going to be challenging the bishop on b2, also making, in most cases, making d5 very hard to play. Okay, let's come back to e4. In this position, of course, e5 simply wouldn't work because white has a tempo on the f5 pawn, and then your center is going to collapse. Okay, let's have a look at knight e4 now. So knight e4 is the third most common move, and there are a couple of options for white. The main move and the best move is queen to c2. This is simply designed to provoke knight takes c3 and to stop any opening of the f-file and to make sure you can have the move e4 later on. So queen to c2 is by far the strongest, because now if black does nothing, then of course you're going to take and win a pawn. If black plays d5, then the e5 square is just terminally weak and you have a bad version of the stone wall. So knight takes c3, and after queen, you can take with the b pawn, you can take with the queen. I would recommend taking with the queen, but taking with the b pawn is positionally stronger even though you double your pawns, because it's going to be very hard to play e4, to prevent e4. So after b takes, and knight c6 and e4 straight away, black has to play e5, and now you get in d5. And this is very hard for black to counter. This is a good variation, a good version of the Nimzo, or a good version of the Queen's Indian if b5 happens, because you get in c5 straight away. And I just like white here. Of course, if you mess up, then you lose, because you have a bad pawn structure in the end. If queen takes c3, then this is slightly less risky. Black can continue with his normal plans. So a5, b3. You can play knight c6 because the queen has been developed. It's not on c2, but you still have support on the b4 square. Bishop to b2, bishop to f6, normal plans, and you go on from there. Now, if after knight e4 white doesn't play queen c2 challenging your knight, then his second option is knight takes. And you take with the f pawn, and they play knight to d2, and you play d5. And this, I think, is very good for black, because if white doesn't do something straight away, then he's just going to be worse. You're going to play e5, give up a pawn if need be, and open up your bishop, and just start queen e8, queen h5, get your other knight, knight d7, knight f6, knight g4, and start an attack. Your rook is already perfectly placed. Often the move e3 is also going to be a good better engram to break open the position. So white has to do something straight away, and what white does is the move f3. In this position, black's best is simply to ignore that and start developing his pieces by counterattacking on d4. So you play knight to c6, and after f takes e4, you exchange the rooks on f1, and after knight takes f1, defending the pawn, you play d takes c4, double attacking the pawn. So now white has to defend, and you develop with bishop to d7. There are other options, however, but this is just the most forcing way to play, excuse me. Most forcing way to play the position. Okay. Knight takes c3. Okay. And as I said, this should be good for black unless white knows the exact move order and the exact theoretical line to break open this structure. So white absolutely has to start with f3. You can take on f3 to avoid all the complications, but I would recommend learning the lines and just playing knight c6, which is stronger. Okay, now let's have a look at queen e8, which is the main move. After queen e8, white usually fianchettos his bishop with b3, bishop to b2. White can also play rook e1, going for a very straightforward e4 push, in which case you play queen g6, and after e4 we have the same thing. F e4, knight e4, knight e4, rook e4, and excuse me, I know everything now. If you take the rook, he has knight h4, and your queen has no squares. Best moves are either queen c6 or queen takes h4. So instead of that, you can continue with knight to c6. The threat is knight to b4, and after queen e2, you play bishop to f6. Your pawn is defended by the bishop, and everything is fine. So that happens if rook e1. Instead of rook e1 and b3, which is the main move, queen c2 could happen again, which is trying to prevent knight e4, and in which case you can either play queen g6, playing positionally, or you can play queen h5, playing for an attack, which is what I would recommend. Also, excuse me, queen c2 prepares e4, not only preventing knight e4. So white plays e4. And as we said, if white gets in e4 and you can get in e5, you should get in e5. That's the only way to prevent white from grabbing an advantage and making this bishop, well, strong. So e5. Now in this position, white's best is d takes e5, and after d takes e5, he should play knight d5. This is a theoretical variation in which black wins most of the games, even though the engines like white. So after knight takes d5, c takes d5, excuse me, bishop to d6, white should be slightly better, but black apparently has an easier game. So remember to counter e5 with d5 if that ever happens. Okay, so that's queen c2. Instead of queen c2, white could continue very principally with the move b4, which I think is a very good plan. If black is trying to attack on the king side, you should try and attack on the queen side. Here the main move is knight c6 and provoking b5, and you continue knight d8. And in this position, I mean, I just like white. This is so much space that black's attack will have to be really quick. The engine, I just turned on the engine. The engine gives this as plus 0.7, which is very rare considering that engines like space advantage. But only 4 games played from this position on the highest level, or all 4 games won by white. So b4 is a very interesting idea, which you could go for after queen e8, but that's all going to be very rare. The main move is pawn to b3, and this is what you will be seeing in most of your games. Okay, so let's talk about this position for a while. So the white's main aim is to play e4, and very often is going to be worth investing time thinking about preventing e4 and thinking about the consequences of e4 if e4 happens. Most players with white who know how to play against the Dutch are going to know about this. And often you have an option of playing f4 against e4. So that's something you have to remember. And if the bishop is on b2, that becomes more effective because there's no bishop takes f4. f4 does 2 things. Firstly, after e4, f4, the center is closed, and since you're trying to play on the king side, you want the center and the queen side to be closed. So that's good for you. The second thing, after you play f4, that's going to make the structure in the center and on the king side very fixed, which means you will have a freer hand on the king side for an attack. So that's good. Okay. Yeah, so e4 is what white wants to do. You can sometimes counter it with f4. The other thing you can do is, as we said, play knight e4, simply preventing that. And yeah, other than that, if e4 happens, you're going to have to live with it. Okay, now let's continue with queen e8. So after queen e8, b3, the main move is a5, preparing knight a6, knight b4. White plays bishop to b2, and now I would recommend knight e4 in this position as the best move. This is normally good for black because it holds up e4, as we said, and normally white will have to play queen c2 to put pressure on the knight to force it to go away. And also, black has less space, So whoever has less space wants to trade off minor pieces. It's inevitable that the knight on e4 is going to be traded off. Whether white takes or whether black takes doesn't matter. If you have less space, you want to trade off the minor pieces. Also, this bishop, which is now on e7, usually comes to f6. You have to move the knight to get the bishop to f6. So there are 3 good points to playing knight e4. So play knight e4. As we said, a couple of options for white from this position. He could play queen c2. He could play knight takes e4. Knight takes e4 is probably best. And after f takes e4, d5, and the same thing with pawn to f3. So those are your options. Before we finish, I'm going to show you what to do against the English setup, and we are going to have a look at a very quick game played by Simon Williams very recently and against a very strong player. Okay, so what if white plays the English, or more precisely, not only starts with the English but actually plays the English setup? So g3, e6, bishop g2, bishop e7, d3, normal English setup. Now, with d3, one thing is clear. White is not preventing e5. And often you will get in e5 very early on. Now, if you know that your opponent is an English player, it's worth playing without e6 and then playing e5 in one move. For example, here, if you hadn't played e6, if you'd, I don't know, castled instead of e6, then you could have played e5 in one move, which would have been beneficial. But white has other ideas. d3 supports the move e4, and this can be very hard for black center to withstand. And with pawn on d3, with the English setup, this is almost impossible. Okay, the other thing is, since the c4 pawn is defended, it's much easier to advance the queenside pawns and to wreak havoc on the queenside. Also, sometimes this bishop has the e3 square to exert pressure along this diagonal. Sometimes, as is often a plan in the English, rook b1, a3, b4, b5, and not checkmate on the queenside, but winning on the queenside. The good thing for black is that he does the same thing he would do against a d4, c4 setup. He wants to play e5, open up his bishop. If there's no fianchetto, he wants to play b6, bishop b7. He wants to play short castles, queen e8, queen h5, knight g4, bishop h3, and checkmate. e5 is less risky, but it's more risky at the same time. I don't know how to put that. Because white will have much more initiative on the queen side. The thing is, in the English setup, the knight usually does belong on c6 because d5 cannot be played. The pawn is on d3, and you have 2 squares to use. Since the pawn is on d3, the queen is not defending d4. So sometimes that's going to be useful. Yeah, one more plan, which becomes effective. A bit more effective when the pawn is on d3 is playing h6, g5. Sometimes that's going to be useful as well. So against the English setup, don't do many things differently. It's pretty similar. Just remember that the knight can and should be developed to c6, and that you have a g5 idea, which not that it cannot be played against d4, c4, but it's far less risky, while white doesn't have a strong center. Now, okay, the game I would like to show you is Radoslav Wojtaszek is white, 27-21 at the time of the game. Simon Williams, Ginger GM, is black, 25-20. So a 201 ELO rating point difference. The game was played in the French Team Championship 2001. After d4, e6, knight f3, f5. Yes, one thing I should mention. e6 is an invitation to the French if white wants to do it. If white plays e4, if you're playing against a d4 player, then they're not going to do it. And e6 avoids a ton of problems black could be facing, a ton of anti-Dutch systems, such as e4 or g4 and other gambits. So by starting with e6, you avoid all of that, and after knight f3, f5, you reach the same position. So if you played the French against e4, play e6 on move 1. G3, knight f6, bishop g2, bishop e7, castles, castles, c4, d6, queen c2. We said after queen to c2, we put our knight on c6. We start with a5 to be able to support our knight on b4. White plays knight c3, we play knight c6. Now d5, of course, doesn't work. You could also play knight a6, but knight c6 is better. b3, e5. Okay, striking in the center straight away. D takes e5, D takes e5. Rook d1, gaining a tempo on the queen, but the queen wants to go to e8 anyway, so not a big issue. Knight to b5, which is a good move, putting pressure on c7. And now, this is what the classical Dutch is about. You need to have nerves of steel. Now, if I'm playing black, I'm thinking, oh, he's going to take my c7 pawn. What do I do? What do I do? Simon Williams is thinking, oh, nice, he's going to take my c7 pawn. I have time to checkmate him. So he plays queen h5. Okay, Radoslav Wojtaszek takes, I take c7. And remember how to open the bishop. Remember that you want your bishop on g3. Remember that you want your knight on g4. So what do you play? You play f4. And I've seen this in many classical Dutch games. You play f4, even if it means giving up a pawn, even if it means giving up 2 pawns, including the c7 pawn, even if it means giving up a rook, which white is now able to play. As we said, the a8 rook is not a crucial attacking piece. Often you won't be needing it, so if white wants to take it, then good. White does take, so knight takes a8. Now in this position I found an improvement, but Simon Williams' move was good as well. The engine gives this as +1.5, considering that black gave up a pawn and the rook. That's enough compensation. So what he should have played is bishop f5, gaining a tempo on the queen straight away. And after queen d2, fg3, hg3, rook d8. Now, giving up the queen for rook and bishop wouldn't be good enough, so queen e1. And now rook a8, rook takes a8, and something like bishop to b2 should be slightly better for white. So this should be slightly better for white. What Simon Williams played in the game is much better for white according to the engines, but it's very hard to play for humans. He plays bishop c5. Now, in the game, Radoslav Wojtaszek blundered dreadfully, and with his next move simply lost the game. If you want, you can pause the video and try to find a good continuation here. What's going on here is that all of black's pieces are coming in, and it's going to be very hard to defend this. When you take fg3, your rook and bishop are aiming at f2, and you could be in trouble. Okay, so in the game he played rook d5. I'm going to show you why that's bad. What he should have played is the counterintuitive gf4, simply preventing fg3. And after bishop f5, queen to b2, something like knight to g4, trying to checkmate and take on f2, you play e3. And yeah, you could play knight takes h2, and after knight takes h2, queen takes d1, but that's not a big deal. Knight f1, and white again should be better. Instead of that, he played rook d5, which just loses to knight b4, attacking the queen, attacking the rook. And after, the idea was, of course, take on e5, take the queen, but that simply doesn't work. He takes on e5, Simon Williams takes on c2, he takes the queen. Okay, and of course not taking this rook, but you take on h5 first. And here what do? I mean, the material is 3 minor pieces. Actually, black is an exchange up when you count everything. And here there's just, you have to save your rook. He's going to take on g3 twice because the f pawn is pinned and just everything is crumbling. After rook b1, you take, takes, and rook b2 was played in this position. Simon Williams played bishop f5, and Wojtaszek just resigned. So I chose this game because I was fascinated by how quickly white collapsed without getting checkmated. He actually collapsed by losing material. Okay, sorry if the video was a bit too long. Sorry for the mistake with queen takes rook, that I didn't know all the consequences of the move. If I made any more mistakes, please point them out in the comments. I'm learning the classical Dutch myself, and I'm trying to master it because I want to make it an integral part of my tournament repertoire. So any advice is useful. Let me know what you think. Stay tuned for more chess. Bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. In today's video I'm going to continue the series on the Dutch defense with the Leningrad Dutch, which is probably the most theory heavy and the most complicated of all the three Dutch systems, main Dutch systems, classical, Stonewall and Leningrad. So this is going to be a tough video to digest, I have to warn you. And I'll try to make it as simple as possible, but we have a lot of theory to go through. We also have a lot of sidelines to go through. Okay, so let's start. First of all, if you haven't seen the introductory video to the Dutch, please do. It will make this much simpler. So we are talking about the position you can see on the board. The Leningrad Dutch is a system in the Dutch defense in which black plays g6 and bishop to g7. Fianchettoing his bishop instead of leaving it on e7, as it does in the classical, or getting it either to e7 or d6, as black does in the stone wall. So most often in the classical, this bishop is going to want to come to f6 sometime in the middle game. But in the Leningrad, the advantage is that the bishop is already on its most natural diagonal. Now, what is the Dutch defense all about? When the opening starts, black plays the move pawn to f5. The move pawn to f5 does two things. The first thing is it controls two very important squares. It controls e4, which is the most natural square white would want to expand to seize control in the center. It also controls g4, which is a very important attacking square. It could often be used by a knight, especially from knight f6 to g4. The second thing f5 does, it prevents the natural e4 expansion, as already mentioned. The second thing it does, it weakens a lot of things in the black position. So firstly, it weakens this diagonal, which could often come in useful for white, as we are going to see in many variations of the Leningrad, with the queen being developed to b3 or the bishop coming to c4. The fact that black has moved his f-pawn is very significant. And the third, furthermore, it weakens the seventh rank. Whenever you move your f-pawn, your seventh rank is weak. It's weak whenever an infiltration happens on the 7th rank. And in the Dutch defense, white will often be playing on the queen side with a rook on c1. So your c7 pawn or c6 pawn will often be weak. And if a rook lands on c7, then the fact that you moved your f-pawn does become very, very significant. Okay, f5, the third thing it does, it provides great attacking chances. Firstly, getting your knight to f6 after you have moved your f-pawn is a big deal. This often happens in many d4 openings where white plays c4 and then knight c3. This pawn is now a force to be reckoned with, as opposed to being stuck on f7. More attacking chances come with the fact that black can move this pawn forward, and then, especially in fianchetto structures, which white most often employs against the Dutch, this becomes very important. Okay, so let's get into the Leningrad Dutch. c4 by white, knight f6 by black, g3 by white. This is the most common way to fight against the Dutch, because the Dutch is a light squared strategic opening for black. Black wants to control the light squares, so white naturally deploys his bishop to g2. And black plays the move g6. Now, the Leningrad Dutch starts as soon as you play g6 because it's a system and the move order is not as important. So g6 provides you with the option to play bishop to g7. It also further weakens your king side. It also does provide more attacking chances, making other pawn moves easier to play and harder for white to face. White plays bishop to g2, black plays bishop to g7, white plays knight to f3, black castles, white castles, black plays d6. Now, the reason why I play d6 is firstly because as soon as white fianchettos, you don't have time for b6, bishop b7. So you want to be opening up your bishop on this diagonal. As opposed to the classical Dutch, when you have a pawn on e6, this bishop is much easier to develop. The second reason why you play d6 is that black wants to expand in the center with the move e5. Now let's talk about the similarities between the King's Indian and the Leningrad Dutch. This is the most important theoretical nuance you have to understand. These two openings are very similar. The strategies behind the two openings are very similar. The only difference in the structure for now is that the pawn is not on f7, it's on f5. If the pawn were on f7, this would be a King's Indian structure for black. So there are upsides and downsides, of course. Firstly, the King's Indian is an opening in which white has a ton more space. And that happens because white plays e4 easily. As soon as black plays f5, that means white doesn't have the option of playing e4 without consequences. Secondly, in the King's Indian, you often want to play the move f5 so that you can start an attack. To do that, you either have to play knight h5, knight e8, or knight d7. You basically have to move your knight. In the Leningrad Dutch, you've already moved your f-pawn, so that's a big advantage. As opposed to the King's Indian, though, white has a lot more option against this, and the black king is already weakened, so black doesn't have his normal defensive options, which he does in the King's Indian. Basically, the idea of the Leningrad Dutch is to get a favorable King's Indian to tempi up, because you did not have to play knight h5, f5. You had time to do something else. Okay, and white plays knight to c3. This is the standard attacking position for black, the standard starting position of the Leningrad Dutch. White plays in a very normal fashion, sort of a Catalan structure with the bishop on g2. All of his pieces are perfectly well developed. Okay, before we get into the main lines, and after the main lines we are going to be going over the sidelines, I just want to mention a few things that white could do before we get into that. Okay, so the first thing is there are a ton of gambits you have to be aware of as black that white could play. These I'm not going to be covering in detail in this video because I'm going to be making a separate video on each one, but basically white is able to play e4, which is the Staunton gambit. White is able to play g4, which is the Krejcik gambit. White is able to play knight c3, which is the Raphael variation. White is able to play bishop g5, which is the Hopton attack. He also has the option of playing bishop f4, for example, and there are a ton of sidelines which could basically get you out of your comfort zone. So if you want to play the Leningrad Dutch, know that it's nearly impossible to guarantee that you actually will have it on the board. So those are the first deviations. There's nothing you can do about that. If white plays d4 and you play f5, then maybe he doesn't go for the main lines. The second thing I would like to mention are positions without d4. Okay, so if white starts, for example, with c4 or knight to f3, then the positions are not going to be the same, obviously. If at any point white does play the move pawn to d4, then you are going to transpose. If not, you are either going to get into an English opening by transposition, or you will get weird gambits, which I'm going to show you in a second. So you play your normal f5, and there are two main options for white in this position. The first one is d3, leading to a very interesting gambit option. The second one is e4, gambiting a pawn straight away. This is the Lisitsyn gambit. Lisitsyn was a great Russian theoretician. He actually wrote my favorite tactics books. Georgy Mikhailovich Lisitsyn is his full name, and he was a great tactical player. So e4, it makes a lot of sense to have it named after him. The idea is you can take once, but you don't have control over the center anymore. So as soon as the f5 pawn is gone, you have all the downsides of having played f5 and no upsides. All of that for the cost of one pawn, which is going to be returned for white. So e4 is a very strong move. White plays knight to g5, black continues knight to f6, and white plays the move pawn to d3. Now, there is a principled way to play this variation. It's still very hard to play, so learn this by heart. Before we get into the main lines of the Leningrad, learn this. If you take the pawn, you're basically busted. Okay, so white plays the move bishop takes d3. He has everything in this position: a great knight, a great bishop, a great queen ready to come in. Your f7 pawn is gone. You have one piece developed. White can castle, or he can play stronger moves. So let me just give you an example of a horrible mistake you could make. If you play knight c6, which is seemingly a natural move, then bam, knight takes h7. Now, if you don't want to well, lose, let's say you take the knight. Now this is mate in 1, so you cannot really take the knight. If you take with the rook, then I take with the bishop, fine, and I'm just too much material up. If you take back, then queen check, checkmate, actually. So you have to be wary about these things. So after bishop takes d3, the only way to actually save your position, even though it's already busted, would be to play g6. So just remember that after e4, the Lysitsyn gambit, you take once, but you don't take the second time after d3. The move you play is pawn to e5. And after d takes e4, white got his pawn back, you start developing and get ready to castle quickly. Now here's the issue, white can stop you from doing that. He plays bishop c4. There's nothing you can do about this. And bishop f7 check is coming, whatever you do. The best move is queen e7, bishop f7 check, king to f8, the bishop drops back to d3, to b3 because you were threatening h6, so h6. Knight back to f3 and d6. The engines say black is fine in this position, equal or slightly better. So this is the best you can get. After knight c3, g5, h4, g4, something like knight g1 and g3, bishop g4. I can see why the engines like black, but I can also see why no human would enjoy this position with actually either color. So if you play knight f3 with white, that's an interesting option against the Dutch. Learn the Lysitsyn gambit, it's very strong. The second option is pawn to d3, and after pawn to d6, pawn to e4, another sort of gambit offer. So the principled move here is e5, which we are going to get to in a second, opening up your bishop. But if you get greedy and play f takes e4, then d takes e4, knight to f6, e5 leads to extremely strong positions for white. And in this position, white is, of course, offering a pawn. So d takes e5, queen takes d8, king takes d8, knight takes e5, and excuse me, he's not offering a pawn, he's offering to ruin your position. So nobody would want to play this, don't play this. After e4, you simply play e5, and after knight c3, knight f6, normal development, ef5, bishop f5, this is fine. d4, trying to break open your center, but now e4. Knight h4, attacking the bishop attacks the queen, bishop to e2, you take, takes, and d5, and the position goes on from here. So d3 is not as scary as the Lysitsyn gambit, but it's still scary. Okay, one more thing. Before we get to the main lines, if white avoids positions with pawn to g3 after d4, f5, there are again a couple of options he could play. There are the gambit lines, and there are numerous variations I'm going to be covering in separate videos. But the main thing is, if white plays normal moves without g3, let's say c4, let's say g6, knight c3, bishop to g7, e3, then you will want to fianchetto your other bishop. If he doesn't go for one of the sub variations but plays a dubious system without g3, then fianchetto your other bishop. All right, now let's get into the options black could go for. So starting from this position, the main line, there are two main moves. The first move is pawn to c6, the Warsaw variation. The second move is queen to e8. There are other moves, and I'm going to be covering them, but these are the two main options. Now let's talk about what each does. The move pawn to c6, the Warsaw variation, is the safest move. It's safe for two reasons. Firstly, it blocks this bishop. Secondly, it makes d5 much harder to play, which is a move white often plays. Furthermore, it gives your knight a very good square on c7, and often the b8 knight doesn't have a good square to develop to. If you play knight to d7, then you block in your bishop, and as we said, it's very hard to play b6, bishop b7. And the move queen e8 does three things. Firstly, most importantly, it supports the e5 break, which is something black would like to achieve in the Leningrad Dutch. You want to expand. It controls the queen side, In the Dutch defense, same as against the King's Indian, white will often play b4, b5, expand on the queen side. This sort of dampens that a bit. And the third and the most popular reason why people play queen e8 is that you can play moves like queen e7, queen g6, or queen h5. Excuse me, as soon as your g-pawn has moved, which supports a kingside attack. In fact, after, let's say, rook to e1 and queen f7, which is the most popular move, now moves like f4 become much more interesting, much more dangerous. The c4 pawn is attacked, so white is provoked to do something. So that's queen e8. The other options include knight to c6, which is the so-called Matulovic variation. He was one of the best Yugoslav grandmasters in the 60s, 70s. He was in the Olympic team. The idea behind this move is to develop your knight as soon as possible. The problem is it provokes the move pawn to d5, and this is the old way to play. Now we have two options, knight e5 or knight a5. We are going to be discussing both of them. Other moves instead of knight to c6, queen e8, or c6 are pawn to e6, which again fights to prevent the move d5, and sort of compromises because you want to play e5 later on. e6 could be argued is a waste of tempo, and knight a6. This sort of makes queen c2 a redundant move because knight b4. It also prepares either c6 or c5 to get your knight to c7 and to control the center. So these are the moves we are going to be looking at in detail. After we finish those, I'm going to show you a very interesting weapon for white, which not many people know about. Now, first of all, let's get into the main line. So d4, pawn to f5, c4, knight f6, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, knight f3, castles, castles, d6, knight c3, queen e8. Let's start with the main move. Now, there are a ton of options for white, unfortunately. We have pawn to d5, which is the main move. We have b3, we have knight d5, we have queen b3, we have pawn to e4, and we have rook to e1. So if you play queen e8, you have to know a lot of theory. d5 is the main move, so let's leave that for last. I'm going to start with the move rook e1, which seems to be gaining a lot of popularity recently, and it's supposed to be the most aggressive move. The idea behind rook e1 is that white wants to achieve central control, which he doesn't have at the moment by playing the move pawn to e4. Rook e1 simply supports that. 1, 2 defenders, 1, 2 attackers, and you can play e4. Queen f7, as I said, attacking the c4 pawn, supporting the queen side, preparing to launch a kingside attack. Pawn to b3 defending. Of course, the most natural square for the c1 bishop is b2. There's no better diagonal. Sometimes knight g5 or bishop g5 or bishop f4 or bishop h6 can be played, but that's quite rare. Okay, and now I'm not going to be go over all the options for black at each point. Here you don't really have an option, there's only one move, but most often I'm going to be recommending what I think are the best lines. Here the best thing you can do is play knight e4. The reason why I play knight e4, and if you've seen my video on the classical Dutch, you will already be familiar with this pattern, is once you play knight e4, it's very hard to play e4 for white. So knight e4 stops that. With the queen and rook on this lovely diagonal, taking the knight would lose straight away. As you can see, wherever the knight goes, you're going to take on f2 and win the game. So knight e4 actually cannot be taken. That's why it's the best move. Black plays bishop to b2, and you continue developing knight to c6. Now, in this position, if white plays d5, that opens the diagonal for both bishops. For the moment, it would lose material because you can take. And if bishop takes, then bishop takes, winning an exchange. And if pawn takes knight, then you take the queen. So d5 cannot be played straight away. However, this pattern should be noted and should be remembered. The good thing is that you have two defenders on e5. So even if d5 can be played under favorable circumstances, you have knight e5. Okay, so white continues with rook c1, defending, preparing to play the move d5, making it much more reasonable. And black does what he set out to do. The reason why you play knight c6 is you want to play e5, you want to expand, so e5. White responds with d5, and you have a couple of options with the knight. a5 is not a good not a good move. D8 or E7 aren't that good either. The theory says you should play knight b4. This is a tough move to play if you don't know why, because you can see that a3 is coming. But the reason is you can simply take on c3, and after, excuse me, rook takes on c3, you can play knight a6. Now, the reason why knight a6 is a good move is because later on you will have the option to play knight to c5, or you can undermine the structure with c6, undermining this weak d5 pawn, which is overextended, and then continue with knight c7, attacking the d5 weakness. White plays b4. Fine, if b5 is played, you have knight c5, no issues there. So e4, attacking the rook, knight to d4, bishop to d7, finally developing your bishop, queen to d2, rook a to e8, and your development is finally complete. And now you can see why you played queen f7. Now you can see why the goal was to push through with e5. Now you can see why your bishop is good on g7. All of your pieces stand well. Sometimes f4 will be a very strong threat. In this position, if white doesn't prevent f4 very directly, let's say white plays a stupid move, I don't know, let's say a4, let's pretend that black doesn't take, then f4 by black is a move that already completely destroys white's position. For example, if takes, then queen takes, rook takes, white's king is completely open. Both of your bishops are now working. The bishop is coming to e5, the rook is coming to h4, the other rook could come to f8. This is basically all over. So f4, as you can see, is a very strong threat from black. All of your pieces are perfectly placed for a kingside attack. That's the reason why white has to play f4 himself. And you don't want to have a closed position, so you take en passant, ef3, rook f3, and bishop to e5. And again, all of your pieces are lovely. White has a weakness on e2, and sometimes sacrifices are going to work. Sometimes f4 will work, for example, here. Sometimes you can break open the bind on the d5 pawn. So that's rook e1. A very interesting move going for e4, but if black knows what he is doing, then it doesn't really give white a big advantage. Okay, now let's continue with e4. That's the most straightforward move. e4 simply breaks open the position, gives up a pawn temporarily, so you have to take. Whenever white plays e4, you take it, basically. So fe4, knight g5, preparing to return the pawn, 1, 2, 3 attackers, and there's basically no way to save the pawn. So you continue with knight c6. White plays the move bishop e3, defending the d4 pawn, which could be under pressure after, for example, if takes, then the pawn drops. Okay, so bishop e3 defending the pawn, and now here's the point. You play e5, breaking open the position. If white ever takes on e5, then you take back with the knight, putting pressure on c4. Your e6 square is not a weakness, as we are going to see often is, and very good position. So after e5, as white, you have to remember to play d5. Always play d5 if black plays e5. This gives your knight a very good outpost on e6, which will either force black to give up his bishop pair or cause even more trouble. Okay, bishop g4, attacking the queen. Queen drops, goes up to d2, and now knight to d4. Your knight was attacked, so you have to move it. And this pawn sacrifice is actually perfectly sound, because your bishop is no good with a pawn on e5, and if you open up the diagonal, there could be trouble. Also, white cannot really afford to leave the knight on d4, so he takes, queen takes. And now the most theoretical move is bishop to f5, simply defending the pawn once more, and rook a to e1. And from here on, the positions are very interesting. You can see that there are a lot of attacking prospects for black, both on the queen side and on the king side. White has more space. Black has this weak pawn on e5, but for the moment there's not much that can be done about it, because there are nice discoveries with knight g4 and knight h4 and knight takes d5 sometimes. But yeah, very double-edged position, which the engine gives is better for white, but not much better. So this is what you do against pawn to e4. Now let's continue. Let's have a look at queen to b3. Queen b3 is the most straightforward move. The first thing you should note is that this exploits the weakness of f5 immediately. So if you play e5, ignoring what white is doing, then c5 check is very good for white. If you block with the bishop, then queen takes b7. If you block with the queen, then queen takes, and bishop takes, and white gets an enormous position. Attacks your bishop, the bishop drops back, you had to defend because b7 was weak, and now d takes e5, d takes e5, and knight d5 is just crushing. So you basically have no good way to defend. You can take, but then it's with check, and then knight e6 or knight f7 are coming. So let me just show you that. So here, 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 and here, and that would be game over. Or you can, after d5, knight d5, play knight a6, which defends, but this is a sorry position all the same. So after the move queen to b3, you don't really want to ignore what he is doing. So you can do two things. The best move is knight a6, simply preventing what white is doing with your knight, as we are going to see, simply defending the c7 pawn, so there will be no attacks on the a8 rook. You can play c6 to meet c5 with d5, or you can play king h8, which is the safest. Knight a6 is the best move, so let's have a look at that. All right, so bishop g5 attacks your knight, c5, preventing c5. This is a very strong move. You can also play d5, but c5 is stronger. Bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, rook a to d1, and now bishop back to g7, dropping your bishop back, pawn to e3, defending d4, king h8, getting away from the diagonal, and finally d5. And this is a position you're going to be facing if white plays pawn to queen to b3. You get your knight back to c7, and the idea is basically to play a6, b5, or b5 straight away if you can, and delay e6 if you can, because that would give white a lot of attacking pressure. In this position, you actually switch your attention back to the queen side. If white plays a passive move like rook e1, then it's possible to give up your bishop, but your king is on h8, so that comes with check. But sometimes it's possible to give up your bishop to force through b5. That would terminally weaken the d5 pawn. Alternatively, a6, a4, rook b8, a5 comes, and now you have to find a way to play b5. But that's your goal. Okay, so that's queen b3. Now let's have a look at two other moves, knight d5 and b3. If knight d5 is played, this I think is the most pleasant position for black. I have no issues with this. When knight d5 is played, you take it. That's the first thing you have to remember. And then you play queen to b5. There are alternatives, but I would recommend queen to b5. You can play knight d7 or c6 or even h6, but queen b5 is the most active move. Now there's a bit of shuffling to do. Knight to g5, using the weakness on e6 provided by the d5 pawn. c6, you have to break open this bind straight away. a4 attacks your queen, queen b6, a5 attacks your queen, queen b5. Let me just note that you cannot win this pawn. If you play queen takes d4, then queen to b3, avoiding the trade, and if you try something like c5, then of course knight e6 comes and you are in trouble. If you don't play c5, then let's say you play, I don't know, knight d7, then of course takes, and that's with check, and again you simply lose. So after a5, don't take on d4, play the queen back to b5. White breaks open the position with e4, and now cd5, ed5, knight a6, again the same idea, putting pressure on the d5 pawn. Even though white has this great bind in the center, after knight d5, cd5, these pawns are weak. a5 is weak, d5 is weak, d4 is weak, b2 is weak, everything is weak. The only good thing white has going for himself is the e6 square. If you manage to undermine that, then he doesn't have it anymore. However, it's white to move, and rook e1 puts pressure on you straight away. You defend with bishop f6, rook a3, getting the other rook into play, bishop to d7, rook to b3 attacks your queen, queen to a4, rook takes on b7. All of this has been played a ton of times, and queen takes queen, rook takes queen, bishop c8, defending everything, rook to b3, bishop back to d7, and now rook d to d3, rook d to d3 defending. It's a complicated position and you could lose with black, but my experience is that this is much easier to play for black than for white, especially for players who are not used to playing for dynamic play as white in this position, because you have to play dynamically. Statically, you're just lost. Your pawn structure is dreadful. So knight d5 is not something to fear after queen e8. Now let's look at b3. b3 is a slightly passive move, which, I mean, it's still good. Your bishop goes to b2, but it allows pawn to e5 without punishment. Okay, so now d5 would give black a great position, so you exchange as white, d5, d5, and pawn to e4. That's the point. In this position, you don't really want to take. That wouldn't be good, because knight g5 and the pawn is going to be regained and your e5 pawn is going to be weak. So the point is you play knight to c6, trying to control d4, trying to control b4, developing your pieces, preparing to connect your rooks. If he takes, you can take with the pawn if you are a King's Indian aggressive player, or you could take with the bishop. Taking with the bishop is slightly more sound. Okay, but white plays knight to d5 and now queen to d7, offering a queen trade. And now this leads to a queen sack line in which black gives up the queen for 2 pieces. This line you just have to learn. This is the best black can do against b3. So if you play the Leningrad, focus that this is going to be tough. Okay, bishop a3 attacks your rook. Rook to d8 defends your queen. Queen to c2 declines the queen trade if the knight moves. Remember, knight f6 is still with check. Okay, knight takes, knight takes e4. Okay, rook a to d1, looking at your queen, and now you have to be careful. You don't really have a good alternative to king h8, which is the main move, because your position is otherwise going to crumble. White has too many pieces ready to come in. So you play king h8 to make sure knight f6 is not with check. But knight f6 comes anyway. After knight f6, you have nothing better but to go for a queen sacrifice. And this is good for black. If you don't go for this, if you move your queen, then knight takes e4 and your position crumbles. So for example, queen e7, knight e4, pawn e4, queen e4, and not queen e7, because the bishop could take, let's say, queen to e6. Knight e4, pawn e4, queen e4, and white is simply winning. So after knight to f6, you play bishop takes f6. White takes your queen. You take with the bishop, don't block in your bishop. And now you have a bishop and rook for the queen. It's supposed to be equal, but I think black's position is easier to play, because it's not easy to break through to the black king, and black has a ton of minor pieces to play with. The bishop drops back to b2, the bishop drops back to e8. This opens up your rook, prepares rook to d2 if white is uncareful. a3 preventing the bishop coming back to b4 and preparing b4. And now a5 stopping b4, h4, and white has to go for an attack, but I believe black is quicker. Rook e1, you can continue with rook d8, and I like this position for black. It's a queen sack line, but it's the best you can do, and don't be afraid to give up your queen. Okay, so that's b3. Now finally, let's have a look at the main line, d5. After d5, there are a couple of options. You can play a5 or knight a6. I would recommend knight a6. After knight a6, white has 3 moves. I know this is too much theory, but I'm sorry, there's no way to cover the Leningrad Dutch in a simpler way. White can play knight d4, which is the main move. White can play bishop to e3, or white can play rook b1. Rook b1 is simple to understand, preparing a queenside expansion. Bishop to d7 and b4, of course, and c6, stopping b5 and giving your knight the c7 square. dc6, bc6, a3 defending the pawn, and knight c7, I think is a fairly pleasant position for black. As soon as you move your rook away to d8, there will be no issues on this diagonal. More importantly, the bishop will be staring at nothing. So bishop b2, knight to e6 is the main move. c5, d5, Knight to e5, fine, you have a great square, but after rook d8, if black can achieve the e5 break, and having transferred his pieces to the king side, he will have a very strong position. Of course, if you waste time, then a4, b5, and one of those pawns is going to queen. So let me just give you a sample bad variation for black. So let's say you play, I don't know, h6, b4, let's say king h7, and then here and takes, and this is very hard to stop. So you could be losing in a matter of a few moves if you're not careful, so pay attention to the queenside expansion. The other move after knight a6 is bishop e3, which is a lot less straightforward, simply controlling the dark squares. Bishop to d7, queen d2, knight g4 attacks the bishop. The bishop goes up to f4, and knight c5, transferring your knight into the middle and challenging the e4 square. h3, knight f6, bishop h6, offering a bishop trade, which is a very rare thing in the Leningrad Dutch. Knight c4, knight takes, f takes, getting rid of this knight. And after the knight moves, the knight will often go to d4, which is the best square. Now you have ideas like queen f7 and e3. And for example, takes, queen takes, pawn to e3. Maybe it's not good now because queen takes, but this is a pattern you want to remember, because if f e3, then everything becomes much weaker. Also, after queen f7, you already have pressure on f2. So that's bishop to e3, which I wouldn't recommend for white. And the main move is knight to d4. This is what you have to know best. You continue with bishop d7. These squares are very weak, you want to be covering them. Rook to b1, again going for queenside play. c6, again preventing b5, giving your knight the c7 square and undermining the center. And now b3, preparing bishop b2. Okay, knight c7, getting the knight back. Bishop to b2 and c5. You couldn't play c5 in one move because dc5. And now after knight c2, again supporting the b4 square, you continue with b5. And you sort of challenge white on the side of the board where he wants to attack. You sort of put pressure on the queen side yourself. cb, knight b, bishop b, and again, positionally not great for black. I don't think you have too much in this position. I would much rather be white, but it's active. And if you can get in g5, f4, queen f7, put pressure on d5, the g2 bishop is not as good. Perhaps trading off the b2 bishop will give you some advantage on the king side, and because your king will not be under pressure from the bishop. Maybe you can stop the queenside play with a5, a4, undermine the structure. So it's not bad, but it's not easy. Okay, so that was d5. Now, let's switch to the Warsaw variation. Okay, after knight c3, if you don't play queen e8, your second best is c6. Now again, a lot of options for white. d5 is the main move. Then you have b3, you have rook b1, you have queen c2, you have rook e1, you have queen b3, and you have b4. Okay, let's start with b4. b4 expands on the queen side, prepares to undermine c6. c6, as I said, is the strongest, is the safest move because it blunts this bishop and makes d5 harder to play. You continue with e5, d5, d5, and white plays e4. Now, in this position, trading of the queens is beneficial for black. After takes, you continue with f4. Now, you don't have a very strong attack while your queen is traded off, but you still have an attack stronger than white's attack because white has no attack. What white has going for himself is queenside pressure, and maybe that's useful. White continues rook b1, fg3, fg3, rook to e8, defending your pawn, pawn to h3, stopping knight g4, and now bishop e6. If knight takes e5, then knight takes e4. So both sides have weaknesses, both sides have advantages, both bishops are bad, the g2 and the g7 bishop. It's a balanced position. Queen b3 after c6 shouldn't be met with knight c6 because you cannot play knight c6. Instead you play king h8. Now white continues rook d1, supporting d5. And one thing you have to remember, when d5 comes, you play c5. Okay, knight a6. Queen to a3, which supports b4 and the further expansion. Knight c7, the knight drops back. D5, c5, and now rook b1, again supporting b4. And here's a nice move. You play knight to h5. This prevents b4 for a second and also makes it easier to get your queen into play if the knight moves, makes f4 stronger, makes f4 possible actually. So these positions I like for black. I think the white queen is offside and playing queen b3 is kind of risky, because if white doesn't get his queenside play going, the queen is doing nothing. Okay, rook e1 is the next move I want to look at. Again, preparing e4. In this position, it's not necessary to prevent that immediately because you have a square for your knight and you can play in the center. So knight a6, b3, preparing bishop b2, queen c7, supporting e5, bishop a3, knight e4. Again, when you play knight e4, it's hard to play e4. Queen c2, this we know from the classical Dutch, prepares to take. So as soon as queen c2 is played with your knight on e4, you take. And queen takes. And again, a balanced position in which c5 could cause problems for white because of this diagonal. Generally, your bishop is better than white's bishop. Generally, you want to play e5. Again, a balanced position. Here I would like to have black. The next move is queen to c2. Again, supporting e4. Again, we respond with knight a6. White plays a3, preparing b4. And now queen e8. And this I'm not going to be showing you in detail because we've covered this in the queen e8 line. White expands with b4, you respond with e5. Basically, whenever white plays on the queen side, the good response is to break in the center with e5. Because b4 wastes time, you have time for e5. D takes, e4, again, we've seen this before, responded to with f4. Bishop to b2, knight h5, we've seen this too, and knight e2. And this is probably one of the most aggressive setups for black, which white allows with queen c2. Okay, after c6, white could also play rook b1. Again, it's about getting that queenside counterplay going. If rook b1 is played, you just stop that with a5, queen b3, again, getting some pressure on your king. In this position, h6 is a good move because it stops knight g5, prevents any trouble on f7, and also if c5, you can play king h7. Rook d1, knight a6, a3, knight c7, we've seen all of this before, and d5. And in this position, you don't actually play c5, you play bishop to d7, because if white takes, it gets rid of the control over e6, your b7 pawn is defended, and the g2 bishop is challenged. So this would be very good. And after, bishop d7, d takes c6, bc6 is also an option, after which queen c2 is played, but I would recommend taking with the bishop. I think that's slightly better. All right. And before we get to the main move, let's have a look at b3. Again, b3 is slightly passive, but natural. Knight a6, bishop to b2, queen to c7, supporting e5, d5. In this position, since e5 has been supported, you can play e5 instead of c5. Okay, of course, white should take, d takes e6, bishop takes e6, knight g5 attacks your bishop. Bishop drops back to d7 and queen to d2, connecting the rooks. After rook a d8, I believe black is slightly better in this position. The only thing white has going for himself is pressure on d6 and this knight on g5, but often this knight can be driven away easily with the move h6, and I think this is a very pleasant position. This is a Dutch without positional consequences, so b3 I wouldn't recommend for white. Okay, now d5, the main move. d5, and it may be counterintuitive, but we respond to this with e5. Again, if the c6 pawn is taken, no problem. If the e6 pawn is taken, then bishop takes. Okay, b3, again, knight a6, again, bishop to b2. You are going to remember all of these lines because they are all similar, and at least you're going to remember the plans. Queen e7, Knight g5 attacks your bishop, the bishop drops back to d7, this is a common pattern. Queen d2 preparing rook d1, rook a d8 defending the pawn in anticipation of rook a d1, and after rook a d1, bishop c8. This is just this setup with the other queen on d7 or e7 and the bishop on c8, knight on a6, rook on d8, rook on f8, bishop on g7 and the knight on f6 is what you're going to be facing in most Leningrad games. Rook fe1, normal continuation, h6 as I said, driving the knight away. The knight goes back to h3 because now g6 is weak, and you continue with knight c5, getting your knight into play and fighting for e4. And could a position be more pleasant than this? This is the main line of the Warsaw, and study games from this position. There are some games you could study. They are all about the e4 square and about the kingside pressure for black, without white having any counterplay on the queen side yet. You have a weak d6 pawn. If you can get rid of it, fine. If not, defend it, and I just like these positions. Okay, so that was queen e8 and pawn to c6. Now let's have a look at the Matulovic variation, the old main line, knight c6. Knight c6 is very provocative. I wouldn't recommend it, but I'm going to show you what to do with it just briefly. After d5, which is the most sensible response, knight e5 I wouldn't recommend, because knight e5, d5, queen b3 gives white, I think, a great position. You have to stop bishop g5, so h6, rook d1, and g5. The idea is basically white is playing on the queen side, you're playing on the king side, and if you don't win with these pawns, then you're going to lose with these pawns. So knight e5, very risky. Instead of that, knight a5 is a much more sensible move. Here, the most obvious move, queen a4, attacking the knight, can be met with c5. And after dc6, you play knight c6, so your knight is not misplaced. After knight a5, if knight d2 is played, which simply defends the c4 pawn as well as queen a4, then you still continue with c5, and after queen to c2, then you play e5, and you have a sort of closed check Benoni structure, but white could take, so takes and bishop takes, and after b3, knight c6, these squares are extremely weak, and white wants to play e4, remember. So if e4, let's say e4 is played, that would be a disaster because of knight d4. So both of these moves not challenging. Knight a5 may seem funny, but it's a good move. The main move is actually queen to d3, defending the c4 pawn. Again, against this, you continue with c5. So just remember c5. b3, a6, preparing b5 at some point, bishop to b2, rook to b8, preparing b5. The Matulovic variation is going to be Dutch/Benoni instead of Dutch/King's Indian, which you may or may not like. I don't like it. Excuse me. Rook b1. Bishop d7, knight to d2, again opening up the bishop, preparing e4. Black gets in b5. White plays bishop a1, preparing to open up his rooks, and now knight to g4. And this is a combination of kingside pressure and queenside play. e3, as I said, you want to defend the square. The knight comes to e5, the queen drops back to e2, b takes c4, b takes c4, rook b4. You're playing for an extra pawn on the queen side, so if this is taken, you have a pawn majority, the knight is coming to c5, and you play a5, a4, b3, and queen. But that's not really going to happen after rook b4, white doesn't have to take. You have weaknesses, white's king is safer, white's pawn structure is more solid. I don't know. For dynamic players, this is good. But again, the Matulovic variation, I wouldn't choose it instead of the main lines. Okay, now let's have a look at e6. This is another sideline. Let's just glance at it briefly. Queen c2, knight c6, e6 before d5, knight c6 to prevent d5, rook d1, preparing d5, queen e7, and d5. And in this position, knight b4, because queen c2 has been played, queen to b3, knight drops back to a6, d takes e6. Here you can play bishop e6 straight away, but knight c5 is stronger, queen c2 and bishop takes e6. I don't see a reason for black to play this way. If you want to, you can. It's not a bad move, e6, but this bishop seems stronger. fine, you haven't played c6, so d6 is not weak, but you have a different set of issues. b4 is easy to play once c4 is defended. So I don't know. And the final move I would like to mention is the move knight a6 immediately. This could be used to confuse your opponents. White should play rook b1 and now c6, b4, knight c7, b5 is not prevented, but white continues queen b3 first, king h8, getting away from the queen, rook d1. Now white has a lot to look forward to, but there's this move, which you don't normally see in the Leningrad, bishop e6, which makes everything white wants to do harder to do. So after b5, c b5 you can never take with the c pawn, knight b5, knight b5, queen b5. By taking with the queen, white has weakened himself on c4. So after rook b8, something like bishop e3 should be played and bishop g8. Black, I think, stands better, so this is a good surprise weapon. But this move, bishop e6, is very anti-Leningrad, so I don't know. Even though you get good positions, this is sort of out of the system. So remember that knight a6 is an anti-Leningrad move, even though it's played in most other variations. Now, the final thing I would like to go over is one very nice variation for white, which avoids everything we just saw. The reason why I saved this for last is if you're a player who plays d4, then this is worth remembering. So d4, f5, knight f3, knight f6, you're not playing c4. So g3, g6, you play your normal stuff, bishop g2, bishop g7, castles, castles. Notice that white hasn't played c4. Knight b to d2, d6, you play your normal stuff, and rook to e1. With his move rook e1, white prepares e4, after which the rook will be very active along the e file. Yeah, and I have to say again, white hasn't played c4, which means he can restrict your Leningrad bishop with the move c3. So those two things change the nature of the position. Okay, after rook e1 you have a couple of options. You can play knight e4, knight c6, knight h5, d5 or c6. I'm only going to go over what I think is the best move, what is actually the main line. You can study the other moves yourselves. So knight c6. After knight c6, d5 of course doesn't work because he hasn't played c4 yet. So that's the upside of white not having played c4. So after knight c6, white plays e4, which he'd been preparing. Now your response is f takes, and after knight takes, you take with the knight. And after rook takes, you play bishop f5. Okay, so this is the way to punish this variation. After bishop f5, the rook drops back to e1 and you break through with e5. Taking, of course, wouldn't be good because takes, even if you lose a pawn. This would be devastating for white. The black pieces are extremely active, and for a cost of one pawn, that's basically nothing. It's hard to develop this bishop, hard to defend the king, hard to develop this rook, hard to play b3. He already has a tempo on the bishop, so this wouldn't be good. Instead of that, after e5, bishop g5 should be played, and now bishop f6, you don't mind the trade. Bishop h6, rook e8, d5, d5, pawn to c3 defending the diagonal, and queen d6. I think this is a pleasant position for black. I don't think white has anything, so that's the way to fight this setup. I'm just going to show you one more move after rook e1, which I think is interesting, and that's knight h5. So here is why, and this probably I would play this in a tournament game instead of knight c6, even though knight c6 is objectively better. Why? Because black is ready to meet e4 with f4. One very simple reason. He is preparing to get a nice King's Indian in without having to waste the tempo on f5 because he already played f5. So for example, e4, f4, e5, d5, d5, and bishop g4 gives you great attacking chances. If white doesn't know what he is doing, he could lose in a matter of moves. Okay, so yeah, this is what I would like to finish the video with. Sorry if this was too much theory. I know it was too much theory. Watch the video a couple of times. I hope you got something from it. Hope I managed to explain at least 1% of the Leningrad Dutch. As always, if you have any questions, comment below, I will try to answer. And thanks for watching. Stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye. Hi everyone, I'm going to continue the series on the Dutch defense with the Staunton Gambit, which is probably the most fun of all replies white could go for against the Dutch defense. And it's very aggressive, very double-edged, not completely sound if black knows what he is doing. But on the other hand, it's extremely easy for black to go wrong, and white has several options at his disposal, which could put black on the back foot. So this is the opening position. First, let's talk about Howard Staunton. So he was born in 1810, the beginning of the 19th century, died in 1874. He was a chess master, not a very strong player, but for the time he was one of the strongest in the world. He was considered to be the strongest player in the world at the beginning of the 19th century. And most notably, he is known for the Staunton chess set, which is the tournament standard chess set today. You're required to use it in serious tournaments. The fun thing is that it wasn't designed by Howard Staunton. It was only promoted by Howard Staunton. It was actually designed by Nathaniel Cook. And yeah, Staunton was the organizer of the first major tournament in 1851, and he was, well, a strong player, known mostly for the chess set, but also for the gambit. So after white plays pawn to d4 and black plays pawn to f5, the idea of the Dutch defense is to restrict white from expanding further with pawn to e4. So the pawn on f5 serves a great purpose, and it's sort of an improved King's Indian, considering that in most King's Indian attacks, black wants to play f5, but black doesn't have the lack of space you usually get with modern openings, so f5 is a useful move. And by playing e4, white tries to rid black of all the advantages of f5 and leave him with all the weaknesses, because of course f5 leaves this diagonal weak, it leaves this diagonal weak, it leaves the 7th rank weak. So if the f5 pawn is gone from the board, well, then black has weaknesses and no central control. Now, what can black do against this? Declining the gambit is possible, but it's not at all popular, and it's basically not a good move. So I'll show you what could happen. So after d6, which is the only sensible way to decline the gambit. I'm also going to show you 3 different options black could go for, which are just bad and just losing. Playing d6 transposes into the red, or a variation of the Pirc, or what is known as the Belloc defense, to which white should respond with simply e takes f5, and after bishop takes f5, bishop to d3 should give white a slight edge. Of course, black has weakened himself, and after something like queen to d7, knight to f3, knight to c6, white has already castled, all of his pieces are great. Black's pieces look weird, on the other hand, and black should continue with something like e5, continue playing aggressively. Now, another way to reach this, and actually the main way to reach this Belloc defense, is after e4, d6, black plays the Pirc, white continues with the normal d4, and black has the option to play f5. This is of course not considered to be one of the main lines in the Pirc, and it's basically not a good opening. Still, d6 remains the only sensible way to decline the Staunton gambit, which, and I cannot highlight this enough, should not be declined. Okay, you should take the pawn. But let's just have a look at some other mistakes you could make, just to make sure that you Dutch players never do this. So knight f6 seems like a sensible move. This simply loses to e5, and your knight is completely restricted. You don't really want to go back. If you go to g4 or h5, I'm going to take it with the queen, so you play knight d5. And this is sort of like the Alechin or the Alekhine, where the white pawns just roll forward and the knight gets pushed around, so c4. Knight b6 or knight b4 doesn't really matter. Knight b4 slightly more sensible. a3, knight to c6, f4, and next move you're playing d5 and basically winning the position. So knight f6 also bad. Knight f6 shouldn't be played. Another option you have is playing d5. excuse me, d5, which seems to challenge the e4 square some more, but again, not a good move. E takes d5, and if queen takes d5, you develop the knight for free, so queen takes d5 is not good. Instead, black should play knight f6. This is similar to the accelerated Panov in the Caro-Kann, but after knight f6, white simply plays bishop b5 check with a winning position. This is more than +2. After bishop d7, queen e2 defends the bishop. Let's say bishop takes b5, queen takes b5, the b7 pawn is hanging, and after queen d7, queen takes b7, queen takes d5, you can play queen c8 check, and queen d8, queen f5 should be good enough. Black's position is completely destroyed. Okay, and the final bad option is playing e6, which loses to ef5, ef5, and simply knight f3. Black's kingside is completely destroyed. Has no good moves. So after e4, after the Staunton gambit, black should take. Now, white has several options. We are going to have a look at a few of them. Most of them branch out on move 4. On move 3, white should simply continue with knight to c3 attacking the pawn, and black has nothing better but to play knight f6 defending the pawn. One variation I would like to mention instead of knight c3, which is not good, is f3. And f3 is, well, a sideline which black has an easy response to, and that's pawn to d5. I should mention that in most cases black is better in the Staunton gambit. However, many sidelines lead to an advantageous position for white. This is not one of them if white knows what he's doing. But when we look at the main line, and black should learn the main line, black is simply better. Mostly after f3 you play d5 defending the pawn, and you don't mind this pawn structure if f takes, e takes. f3 is designed to provoke e takes f and knight takes f, giving white a huge lead in development and a much better pawn structure for a cost of a pawn, which is nothing. So you shouldn't take, you play d5. White continues knight c3, threatening to take, and now after knight f6, you are going to transpose into a position that we are going to be looking at, where white plays f3 on move 4. So we will continue from there. Just remember that if white plays f3 on move 3, you still play d5. Okay, but white should play knight c3. And after knight f6, we now have, excuse me, 3 options for white, 3 sensible options for white, which keep enough pressure in the position. Bishop g5 is the main line. f3 is called Blackmar's second gambit after Mr. Blackmar. And then g4 is called the Tartakower variation, which I would actually recommend for white. It's very hard to meet for black if black doesn't know what he is doing. So let's have a look at the sidelines first, and then we will analyze bishop g5 in depth, because that's what you Dutch players are going to be seeing most of the time. Let's have a look at g4 first. So d4, f5, e4 Staunton gambit, fe accepted, knight c3, knight f6, and white continues g4. Now what's the idea of g4? The idea of g4 is to dislodge the f6 knight and basically win back the e4 pawn without any consequences. So black has a difficult choice to make. There are 2 options. You can prevent g5 with h6, or you can defend the e4 pawn with d5, allowing g5, but when the knight moves, you still have the pawn on e4. Actually, h6 is the main move, and d5 is considered to be a mistake. It's not losing, but it's a mistake. After d5, white continues g5, the knight has nothing better but to go to g8. You don't want to block in your bishop. And after knight g8, white continues f3. Now, the reason why g4 is a strong move is that you get to open lines extremely quickly, while at the same time, the lines to black's king are open, but his pieces are not out, and he has no easy way to attack nor to defend. In this position, there is nothing better but to take, because if you don't take, you don't have knight f6. I'm just going to win my pawn back with a better position. So ef3. You could take with the knight, but queen f3 is considered much stronger. Immediately looking at d5, also looking at f7. Now knight c6, taking on d5 is not good, because your d4 pawn would fall, and together with it there would be extreme pressure on c2, so don't be tempted to go for the second pawn straight away. Instead you play bishop b5, and now you can see how rapid white's development is. Of course, in exchange for that, the black position is the white's king position is destroyed. But if we look at it from a human perspective, a human will have a very hard time playing black. e6, developing your bishop, knight g2, e2, defending the pawn finally. And now knight e7, black tries to develop, you castle kingside. I know this looks scary. You could also go for queenside castling, but this is simply better, threatening queen f7. Knight f5 is the defense, and now knight g3. Here, of course, you cannot take the pawn because queen f7 would be mate. So this challenges the knight, bishop d6, and in this position, black had nothing better but bishop d6, giving up a pawn, but after knight takes f5, black should castle, and this now gets very complicated. I've studied these lines somewhat because I plan to play the Staunton Gambit myself, and I plan to play the g4 line, and also I play the Dutch with black, so if I meet this, then I want to be prepared. After knight h6, if I turn on the engine says minus 0.3, so black is only slightly better, but this is very hard to play. After g takes h6, the engine is just going crazy. It sees many different options, none of them it likes for white, and black is better in each line. But this is the trickiest way for white to play, and after something like queen to g2, well, you're threatening a lot of stuff. For example, if knight d4, then this is game over. So yeah, a scary position. So after g4, d5 is a mistake for black because white could go for extremely sharp lines, but it's still playable. It has been played on the highest level. Instead of that, h6 should be played, simply preventing pawn to g5. That being said, g5 can still be played. It's a sideline, not a good sideline, but playable. After g5, hg5, bishop g5, d5, pawn to f3. Black is considered better, bishop f5, queen e2, putting pressure on e5, something like knight c6, and castles queenside. Again, gives black a very hard position to defend, but if you want to listen to the engine, and if you play like an engine, then you will win. But for humans, I would rather be white here. After h6, though, the main line is pawn to f3, simply challenging the pawn, and black now defends. And now h3 defending g4 so that you can take on e4, knight c6, normal development, fe4, d4. Whenever fe4 happens, you take with the d pawn. That's the reason why I played d5. Your knight could sit on d5 comfortably, and even if you lose the e4 pawn, it was your extra pawn. Okay, bishop e3, defending the pawn, e5. This is the key move, and this is why I believe black has an advantage after h6, because after d takes e5, queen takes d1 check, rook takes d1, knight takes e5. Black's position is simply perfect. These knights control everything, and I would like to be black. After knight b5, there's actually no issues here. You play bishop b4, and after c3, you play bishop a5. After, let's say, knight f4, you can continue knight d3 check, and I think black is slightly better here. So that's g4, a very tricky way for white to play. Of course, probably out of all three, if you've played the Staunton Gambit already, g4 is best because it creates most complications. The idea of the Staunton Gambit is to complicate the position and make life hard for black. Make every move hard to make. You make black waste time. You make black think while you know what you're doing and you are prepared. So g4, if you know it, great option. Let's have a look at f3. After fe4, knight c3, knight f6, you can play f3 straight away. As we said, the normal response is d5. There are a couple of options for black, but none of them are really good. All give white an immediate justification for the Staunton Gambit, so remember that d5 is the only move. Let's just have a quick look at the sidelines which are bad for black. So firstly, e takes f3, knight takes f3. This was the reason we played f3 with white. After g6, Bishop g5, bishop g7, bishop to d3, white is simply better. Black castles, white castles, and white has given up a pawn, but he has more space in the center. He's controlling some very important squares. His pieces are perfectly poised for an attack, so after something like d5, queen to d2, if you manage to trade off this bishop, this could become scary quickly. Black has to fight for central control somehow, has to get in e5 sometimes, somehow, but after rook a1 all of white's pieces are working, and if you can manage h4 and h5 opening up the position, then things are going to get scary for black. So that's e takes f3. After f3, knight c6 is the second bad option. After knight c6 you simply play e takes f4, and after e5 you don't continue d5, you play d takes e, and after knight takes e, knight f3. And now your knight is attacked. You don't really want to play d6, knight takes, d takes, queen, king takes queen, that would be bad. So you take on f3, developing white's queen. And now you can see that once this bishop gets to either b5 or c4 and you castle kingside, there's going to be immediate pressure on the f file. Also after e5, queen h5 could be very tricky. So sometimes you want to play bishop d3 in fact. So let's say bishop to b4. You can continue bishop d2 and pinning first, that's considered fine. And now e5, and black's position I think is simply collapsing. You castle queenside and this is complete chaos. So again, after f3, knight c6, not a good move. Another bad move is e3, which white should just take. Whenever black advances with e3, you just take, and fine, you don't have a square for your knight, but you'll play bishop c4, knight g to e2, and it will be okay. So after f3, d5, the principled move. White takes fe4. Whenever white takes fe4, you take with the d pawn, and now bishop to g5, and we have now come to the position which I was talking about when white played f3 on move 3. Black continues bishop f5, you continue bishop c4, black continues knight c6. The moves are simple to find in this position. e6, you have to play e6. White castles kingside, black plays bishop to e7, and now we play queen e1. And I would like to stop here with the variation, because variations are, well, non-existent, theoretical variations basically. But the idea is that you want to get your queen to h4 somehow, and you want to break through. Sometimes g4 is a move you would like to play, getting the bishop away from the f-file. Sometimes your rook goes to d1, sometimes it goes to e1, sometimes your queen goes to f2, sometimes to g3. And, well, basically you have to play for an attack. You are worse if you don't. So f3, I would say worst of all three options white has on move 4. So let's have a look at the main line. d4, f5, Staunton gambit, accepted, knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5. The idea of this move is clear. You want to get rid of the knight and win your pawn back. So a couple of options. Black could play knight c6, which is the main move. Black could also continue with a couple of options. Some of them are bad, some of them are okay. b6 is the least playable sideline. This is just bad because after f3, bishop to b7, f takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, and knight to f3. White has a big lead in development and many lines open for his pieces, while black's pieces will have a very hard time developing, and this bishop is very strong. So after knight c6, bishop to d3, trading off black's only really active piece. This should be better for white. Again, castling kingside or queenside is possible. The pressure is extremely hard to face. If you, for example, blunder with h6, then mate. So b6 not a good move. e6 slightly dubious. You can just win the e4 pawn, and after bishop e7 just trade everything off. Really no issue here. This is an improved exchange French for white, while black is playing a weird position without an f-pawn. So makes no sense at all to play e6 if you ask me. g6 is okay. You continue with f3. d5, f takes, d takes, and queen to d2. The idea is if bishop g7, then you castle queenside, and if castles kingside, then bishop h6. And this should be a very strong position for white, a great attacking position where h4, h5, and checkmate. And finally, another sideline I would like to mention is c6, which is a solid sideline, which you again counter with f3. The idea of c6 is to support the d5 pawn, but more importantly, to give your queen the a5 square. And now the bishop is attacked. You have to be careful, so you don't have time to win the pawn. So queen to d2 defending, and e5 breaking the center open. So counterplay for black, but I would say not enough. After d takes e5, queen takes e5, castles queenside again. White has a very strong position, and of course the engines give this as better for black, as they usually do when white deviates from the main line and also in the main line, but much easier for white to play. Now let's have a look at the main line. Knight c6 is the idea in the main line, and now you could take the knight and take the e4 pawn. That's considered imprecise. The main move is d5, and that forces the knight away, knight to e5. And now there are two moves, queen e2 or queen to d4. Eventually, they all give black a better position if black knows what he's doing. Queen d4 is the main move, queen e2 is the sideline attacking the pawn. And now whichever one of these two moves white plays, black plays knight f7 attacking the bishop. And against queen e2, and knight f7, you take the bishop. Black always takes with the e-pawn. Knight takes e4, threatening a discovered check, and queen e7 stopping that. And now d6. You can take with the knight, which I think is better. You can play queen e6, which is slightly more popular, giving white a bigger chance for an advantage. Let's say knight takes d6, and now knight takes d6 check, c takes d6, castles queenside, queen takes queen, bishop takes queen. Extra pawn for black, and the bishop pair for black, but these two bishops are just dreadful. And the engine says black is better. If black manages to develop, then black is better. But for the moment, I would have white. In any quick time control, I would have white. In most tournament games, I would probably also choose white. So that's queen e2. And queen d4, which is the main move, immediately puts pressure on the knight, which wants to go to f7 anyway. And now, again, we exchange the bishop. E takes, and knight takes e4. Now, the difference is that you don't have pressure along the e file. So black has time for the move that gives him equality. And this is the key point in the main line. Black plays f5 and drives this knight away from the center. This pawn is about to be defended by the bishop once the d-pawn moves, and I think this is a very strong move. Knight g3 and g6 defending immediately. Of course, you cannot take the rook because the knight defends. The bishop is eventually coming to g7 before it's going to get to h6, using the fact that white has to castle queenside. So after castles queenside, bishop h6 check. f4 is considered to be the only move that keeps white in the game. Now castles kingside, let's say knight f3 and bishop to g7. This, according to the engines, let me not lie, is -1 for black, -1.1. But this is the reason why white plays the Staunton Gambit, and this is what you want, basically. If you're playing a standard tournament game, both sides have 90 minutes on the clock. Black is going to get in time trouble before white. That's almost certain. White could blunder, white could lose, fine. But this is very hard for black to play. All of white's pieces are aiming towards the king side. So you continue queen d2, saving your queen, and black starts his own counterattack because he has no better options. This pawn should not be taken. I've tried, and after rook b8 it's very hard to defend. So if you take rook b8, the bishop moves, and then it just doesn't work. So after b5 you play king b1, rook b8 anyway, and now h4. And now we can see what's going on. White is going to play h5, play h takes g. Black is going to try to mate white on b2, so queen f6, the most sensible move. c3 the best defense, and after, if b4 is played, then you play c4, the queen defends b2. So it's only about who's quicker, and after h5 black's attack is not quick enough. White is much quicker, although black is better, and I would rather be white, the engine would rather be black. This position is very complicated. b4, c4, a4, hg, hg, let's say queen to d4. Trading queens is an option. If you don't play queen to d4, then it gets really scary, because after, for example, bishop e2, b3, a3, now there are going to be many issues in this position. You can play bishop a6, rook e8. Sometimes you can play bishop f8, sacrifice here, and get a passed pawn. White's attack is not quick enough now, sort of the tables have turned, so I think white is the one who would like to trade queens now. Positionally you are okay. You have two good squares which you can use. If d6 is played, then you continue c5. Objectively black is better, but what do you want? You play the Staunton Gambit. So this main line, again, I think is interesting for white, but I would recommend playing g4. So let's go through that just for a second before I finish the video. So after d4, f5, e4, f takes, knight c3, knight f6, g4, and as I said, black has two bad options, or very hard choice. d5 or h6, both I think are very interesting for white. So I would recommend that you study this line if you play the Staunton Gambit. If you play the Dutch, learn all three. Learn f3, g4, and bishop g5. Okay, I hope you got something from the video. Let me know what you think, and stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye. Hi everyone, Stepan here. I'm going to continue the series on the Dutch defense with a very interesting attacking option for white. The move bishop g5 as a response to the Dutch, which is known as the Hopton attack. Now, this move is very tricky, and when I started studying the Dutch, after having covered my responses to the gambits, e4 and g4, I started focusing on this move, and I'm going to be covering it from white's perspective, because I truly believe that it's a great attacking option, and even if black knows theory, it's very hard to play against. So I'll present it as a great anti-Dutch move. Before we get into the opening, I should just mention that the Hopton attack can be played after the normal Dutch d4, f5. You play bishop g5. If white starts with the move d4 pawn to e6, then you can no longer play the Hopton attack, whatever happens, because the queen covers the g5 square. Of course, the downside is that black is going to have to be prepared to play against the French after e4, but that's if you play the French and the Dutch, then e6 avoids most anti-Dutch lines. But after d4, f5, the Hopton attack works. Okay, now let's talk about what this move does. So before you strike at the center with e4, which you would generally like to do against most Dutch systems, you sort of restrict black's options. Black's usual square for the g8 knight is f6. Now, playing the knight out to f6 immediately can be played, and it had been played, but it's simply hard for black to equalize after that, because his pawn structure is slightly compromised, as well as his king safety, and his attacking chances are quite reduced, because the queen is hardly able to infiltrate the king side after, let's say, e takes f6. And also the knight, which is usually on f6, is unable to come to the g4 square, for example. It's also unable to challenge the e4 square. Therefore, if knight f6 is played immediately, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, e takes f6, it's much harder for black to challenge e4. Also, white can simply play the move pawn to e3. His bishop is no longer on c1, and this now makes sense. After something like d5, c4, you can see that white's pawn structure is perfect, black's pawn structure is compromised, black has pawn weaknesses. Okay, pawn weaknesses, white has the h5 square, he is already breaking through the center, and the development is quite sensible. You play knight f3, you play bishop d3, you play knight c3, rook c1, queen c2, for example. Very normal development, very easy development. You could also consider g3, bishop g2. Therefore, after the Hopton attack, it's very hard to play a normal developing move. So black has to play a compromise. The first thing I would like to mention, if black starts with a move pawn to e6, trying to avoid the Hopton attack, then you cannot enter Leningrad positions with g6, bishop g7, f5, because you've already played e6. After d4, f5, bishop g5, it's very hard to play classical positions. So it's really hard to play e6. So basically the Hopton attack is a great weapon against players who usually don't play the Leningrad Dutch, because you're basically forced to play a Leningrad setup or a weird semi-stone wall stuff. It's very hard to play the classical. So let's, before we move on to the two main moves, h6 and g6, let's just have a look at the sidelines, which are, some of them are okay, some of them are simply bad. So knight f6 is sort of okay, but easier to play for white. c5 is a move I would like to discard immediately. It has been played on pretty high levels, so Bosiocic Marin, one of the strongest Croatian players, faced this against a 2300 player and won easily. All the games in the database, when white is a high-rated player, are simply white wins. So how do you win against c5? So you take, black of course recaptures his pawn with queen a5, you play knight c3, queen takes c5, and now the key move, e4. So a combination of the Hopton attack and the Staunton gambit, of course you're trying to rid black of his central control that the f5 pawn provides, and, well, leave him with all the weaknesses he's just created by moving the f pawn and also by moving the c pawn. So this knight could be coming into d5, b5 looking at c7, the queen could come to h5. If this pawn moves, then the bishop gets into the game. So after fe4, because there's no better option, knight e4, queen b4 check, seemingly getting a pawn, but if that pawn is taken, then black is basically losing by force after bishop to d2. His development doesn't exist, his queen is awkwardly placed, let's say queen a3, just continue queen h5 check, g6, queen e5, and everything is collapsing. After queen e5, you could defend with knight f6, but then knight to b5, and, well, you can see that the position is simply dreadful. Queen f4, and next move knight c7 is coming. So c5 is basically unplayable. You might not lose, but it's very hard not to lose. Another move I would say is bad for black is d5 straight away. This just creates too many weaknesses. White continues sensibly with pawn to e3. Black tries to play the stone wall, but now c4 straight away. Queen b6, that's fine, we play queen c2. e6, black tries to play the stone wall, but we are too quick. Knight c3, knight d7, and it's very hard for black to play a normal stone wall when white has already placed his bishop on a perfect square, when white is so quick in controlling the center, and when white is for choice, basically. So d5 I would also discard. c6 is a sensible move. The idea behind c6 is to simply use the fact that white has vacated the c1 square and that the b2 pawn is undefended, but that's not hard to meet. This is, I would say, a one move trick or one trick with c6. Don't be worried if you see this on the board. The idea is not to go for a stone wall, the idea is to attack b2, so after e3, queen to b6, you can simply continue b3. You really don't mind this. After g6, knight d2, and you're playing for c4. Huge center, no weaknesses, great position. So the two moves that we are going to be focusing on are h6 and g6. h6 is the most straightforward way to punish the bishop for coming out so quickly, and g6 is, I would say, the main line, and also the best move, simply going for a Leningrad Dutch setup and asking white, well, why is your bishop on g5? So if I'm playing black here, I'm playing g6. Let's start with h6 first. Okay, so after d4, f5, bishop g5, h6, there are a couple of options for white after bishop h4 and g5. One thing that you should note is that white is not losing the bishop. The reason that white is not losing the bishop is because he can simply either move his bishop away or move his e-pawn and threaten checkmate. So for example, the most aggressive move is pawn to e4. If black should now take the bishop, then queen h5 is checkmate. This diagonal and this weakness of having moved the f7 pawn is key. So after g5, white has three ways to save his position. We are going to have a look at e3, e4, and bishop to g3. Bishop g3 and e3 are mostly going to transpose into very similar or identical positions, and e4 is slightly more risky, so let's have a look at that first. After e4, black has three actually sensible moves. He can play rook h7, bishop g7, or knight f6. After rook h7, the idea is to defend the f7 square. I would say this is easy for white to not to beat, but to prove an advantage against. You play queen h5 check, and after rook f7, you simply give up the bishop. Don't be afraid to sacrifice material in the Hopton attack. It's an aggressive opening which tries to use the weakness of f5 straight away, and tries to use quick development. So just take bishop g5, hg5, and now knight f3. And what's going on in this position is that you want to take on g5, or you want to play knight e5, and you want to combine that with bishop c4, using the spin, winning the rook and checkmating. So for example, knight f6, queen to g6. You pin the rook. And there are several ways for black to get out of this mess. None of them are really nice. Okay, for example, knight f6 could be played, or you could play e6 for queen f6. So it's not easy to defend. So rook h7 I doubt you'll be seeing, but if it does happen, just queen h5, give up the bishop and try to win on f7. As I said, taking the bishop loses straight away, so that we don't have to cover again. The main move is knight f6. The sideline is bishop to g7. Bishop g7 gives the king the f8 square, so now your bishop actually is threatened. So if for example, you play you play knight c3, they take the bishop, you play queen h5 thinking it's checkmate, well, it's not, king f8. So after bishop g7, you retreat the bishop. We are going to have a look at two key moves. One of them is f4, one of them is f takes e. Let's have a look at f takes e first. After f takes e, this is a standard undermining maneuver with which you punish h6, g5. So whenever your opponent plays h6 against the Hopton attack, remember that your first and foremost plan is to play h4 and break through this structure. Here it's already hard to play black, in my opinion. This bishop on g3 is a great piece. The other bishop could come to c4, your queen could still come to h5, and I think it's hard to defend for black. The usual way to undermine white's center is c5, and the antidote for that is bishop to e5, and after this exchange happens, I mean, black is not much worse, but his pawn structure is simply ridiculous. After knight c3, again, taking on b2 is not smart. On b2 is not smart. But let's say c5 is not played. Let's say knight f6, which is a normal move. Then you exchange hg, you take the rook, bishop takes rook, and now we continue queen to d2, looking at the g5 pawn, which has to advance, or something like d5 has to be played, and then you continue knight c3, castles queenside, bishop to c4, knight h3, knight f4, knight g6, and you try to checkmate. You can see that this king is not castling queenside anytime soon, and if it goes kingside somewhere to hide, well, then it's going to be in huge trouble fairly quickly. So after e4, I wouldn't recommend bishop g7. Knight f6 seems to be a more sensible response. And now, of course, you don't have a way to save your bishop. If you play bishop g3, then I play f4 as black, and you lose because you don't have queen h5 anymore. So you have to play tricky moves, e5. And this is the reason why I wouldn't recommend e4. This is why I prefer e3 or bishop g3. After e5, black plays e6. You take on f6, queen takes on f6. Remember, your bishop is still trapped. So after bishop g3, f4, queen h5 check, king d8, fine, you have misplaced the king. But after something like knight c3 and bishop b4, I think this structure provides a lot of security. The queen is outside, the bishop could be coming to b7, the knight comes to c6, your d4 pawn is weak. I simply don't like this. That's why I wouldn't recommend e4, but if you want to play the trickiest positions possible, then fine, go for e4. e3 and bishop g3 we are going to cover at once because they will be transposing. There are two ways for black to play bishop g7 or knight f6. Mostly black is going to play bishop g7 anyway, but he doesn't have to, so let's have a quick look at bishop g7. After bishop g7 you play bishop g3, you save your bishop. And now the idea behind bishop g7 is to strike at the center with c5. And here you play a sort of London system in which the bishop has already retreated to g3, you play c3. And after queen b6, you can continue knight f3, just ignoring that. You can try to defend with queen b3, which is also fine. I think queen b3 is what I would play. Let's see what the engine prefers actually. The engine likes knight a3 or queen b3. So queen b3 is a sensible way to play, and after something like cd4, queen takes b3, a takes b3, this activity should be quite nice, and again I prefer white. So that's bishop g7. And after knight f6, which is the main move, again you save your bishop, black continues d6, and here is a black maneuver which you have to remember. Black wants to play d6, bishop e6, bishop f7. That covers all the key squares, so you have to react quickly. If you play something slow now, then black could have enough time to develop. Not that bishop d3 or knight c3 or knight d2 are not good moves, or bishop c4, but you have to play quickly, so you continue h4. And this forces black to react. If bishop g7, then again you trade and his position is wrecked. If bishop e6 now, then you simply win a pawn because the pawn is pinned to the rook. So after h4, black has to react g4. Now this gives you some very interesting options, and I'll try to explain the point behind h4 very early on in the Hopton attack. So what you want to do, you either want your bishop on d3 or on c4, you want your knight on c3, and your g1 knight you want on f4. Because it's getting really hard to play e5 and also really risky to play e5 with all the other pawns around your king having moved already. The idea here is to, well, continue attacking. The best move is h5. You could not play h5, you can play knight c3, you can play bishop c4, you can play bishop d3, you can play knight e2, knight f4, but the most principled move is h5, just gaining space, controlling g6, giving your bishop the h4 square, and preparing, if you manage to get in knight f4, then you can get in knight g6 without losing your knight if there's a bishop on f7. So black continues bishop e6, you continue knight e2, he plays bishop f7, you continue knight f4. Now the pawn is defended twice. Knight c6 developing, bishop to b5, pinning the knight, a6, you can take, that's a perfectly viable option, but then at some point you'll have to play b3. So bishop a4, and now bishop g7, knight c3, finishing development, e6, consolidating in the center, and here's the point. In the Hopton attack, you're not better as white. If you play the most precise moves and black plays the most precise moves, probably black is going to be equal, but it's going to be very hard to play black. So the idea is to play tricky lines, and I'm going to recommend knight g6. Now, knight g6, if that's taken, then the king will have no shelter throughout the game. It's going to be really hard to play black. You have the h4 square, you can continue with d5, break through the center, for example, queen d7, d5. And now after this happens, I mean, well, excuse me, the knight has to move first. Yeah, the knight, yeah, this is already over. So patterns like this, you just want to open up lines, castle, queenside, and checkmate. So if that's taken, black is going to be in trouble. So the principled move is rook h8, playing for bishop f8 or bishop h8 and trying to take twice. And after this rook has committed to g8, you simply go back to f4, and now black is not castling kingside. After queen d7, queen d3, b5, for example. Yeah, you can retreat to b3, but again, I would recommend knight takes b5, and after a b5, bishop b5, something like king e7 and queen c3, putting pressure on the knight. So stuff like this could happen very easily. So just remember this pattern of knight e2, knight f4, h4, h5, and knight g6. And that's going to lead to huge trouble for black in most h6 lines. And this applies to both e3 and bishop g3 on move 4. So h6 against the Hopton attack, I wouldn't play myself. It's the second most popular move, and it's fine for black, but it's very tricky. Now let's have a look at g6, the main line. So after bishop g5, g6, simply ignoring the bishop and saying, okay, I'm going to play a Leningrad, your bishop is weird on g5, and I'm fine. So you continue knight c3, controlling the center, trying to prevent an easy d5, which can be played. There are three moves for black here, which I would like to look at. One is a very rare sideline, knight h6. The idea is knight f7, simply chasing the bishop away. And if black plays knight h6, then you have to waste no time. You strike in the center with e4. Knight f7, the bishop drops back to e3, fe4, knight e4, d5, knight g5. And this, I think, is very pleasant for white. If this knight is traded off, your bishop is back on g5. If c5 ever happens, then you have bishop b5. If nothing happens, then you will take and play knight f3, knight e5. This square is now vacated, and with all the other pawn moves, I don't think there's good enough justification for knight h6. Again, it has been played by very strong players, so what do I know? Another sideline is d5. More pawn weaknesses, but taking a stand in the center, e3, bishop g7, and again, g6 or g5 have to be undermined. So in Leningrad setups with g6, f5, you again have this pattern of playing h4 straight away. c6, knight f3, knight f6, bishop to d3, looking at the f5 pawn, so when h5 happens, f5 could fall, of course not when the bishop is there. So bishop e6, knight to e2, again looking at f4, bishop coming back to f7, knight f4, knight b to d7, for example, and now h5. And this cannot be taken because you have a knight on f4, and it's not easy to find a good move. Again, I believe this is just much easier to play for white. So d5, I don't think is a good move. The best move and the most principled move, following A with B, if you play g6, then you play bishop g7. I think that's what black should play. And this is the position I would play if I faced the Hopton attack. Now again, white has a choice between three moves, e4, e3, and h4. We are going to be looking at e3. I would really recommend that as the safest, soundest move that still gives you great attacking chances. Let's just briefly have a look at e4 and h4. If e4, then black's best is to take knight e4 and continue with d5. This is a pattern when e4, fe4, knight e4, you play d5. The knight goes to c5, black plays b6, the knight goes back to b3, and now knight h6, knight f7 again. I'm not going to say this is bad for black, but I'm going to say that if black doesn't come up with something quickly, then this pawn structure is really dubious. So e4 is okay. On the other hand, e4 gives black a freer hand in the center, and you don't have as much central control. Your e4 square is weak. This bishop could be very handy. Black could even consider castling queenside, and it's not that you have a good kingside attack. If, for example, bishop d3 castles kingside, black doesn't have too many issues either. He's going to have an extremely easy time playing e5, and then this bishop is good on the diagonal. So e4, I prefer to keep my d4 pawn defended in the Hopton. That's just my opinion. The other option is h4, which I like more than e4, but I still don't think it's the best one. h6 played, should be played, and bishop f4. That simply prevents g5. Now knight f6, pawn to e3, pawn to d6, queen to f3, castles and bishop to c4 check is considered to be slightly better for white after something like king h7. But again, an improved Jobava London system in a way against which black plays the Dutch defense. So if you continue h4, it's going to resemble the Jobava London system or the London system, depending on what you want to do. After something like knight h3, queen e8, trying to defend, there are already areas of knight g5 check, and if hg5, then eg5, and yeah, knight h5. I mean, it's tricky. You cannot take immediately because the queen defends, but there are already patterns like that. So h4, I would say, is the strongest attacking option for white. And now let's have a look at the principal move. Pawn to e3. Simple. Okay. Now, if you want to play this aggressively, after d5, you can again continue with h4, which is probably what I would play in most games. So remember, you're playing a Jobava London system against an attempt at a mix between the Stonewall and the Leningrad. So if you want to play it safe, play bishop d3, bishop d3 or knight f3. After something like knight f3, black plays c6, you play bishop d3, they play knight f6, you castle kingside, knight e4 happens, for example, bishop f4, and now you can see that this is the London system setup you are aiming for. So if you want to do that, castle kingside and play without h4. This setup is simple, and white should hold an edge whatever happens, because this bishop is quite dubious. It's going to have to, black is going to have to waste time for b6, bishop a6. e5 is very hard to achieve with all of these pieces controlling e5. You have given up the e4 square, but you have to give up something. So this is pleasant for white. Again, if black does castle kingside, then you could still consider h4, h5. Why not? But if you want to play it aggressively, then h4 straight away. And whenever you play h4, black has to think twice before he castles kingside. So c6, bishop to d3, bishop to e6, and now black will want to do the same thing with bishop f7 if given time. Knight f3, knight to d7, h5, undermining everything, and now knight g to f6, and here not many games from this position. In most games, bishop f6 has been played. You can also play h takes g6, but there's a great move I would recommend, and this is sort of the key position, in my opinion, for the main line of the Hopton, and this is very likely to appear on the board. You continue with h6, and after bishop f8, you go for the same nice maneuver of knight e2, knight f4. Sometimes there are even sacrifices possible on g6. So bishop f7, knight f4, and if this is not a great position, then I don't know what is. Which, I mean, I play the Dutch, and I keep changing my mind as to what I should play against it. I like the Staunton, now I like the Hopton, and this, I believe, is just a great position. Black jumps into e4, fine, you take it. F takes e4, knight e5, and don't be afraid of this. After something like queen d7, you can continue queen d4. Now you're already threatening e6, so black has to play e6, and there are too many weaknesses. Something like bishop f6, rook g8. This is just too much space, too much piece activity, and you can basically do whatever you want. You could even castle kingside here, give up this pawn, but you don't have to. You can continue king e2, and just try to play rook d1, c4, open up the center, and try to use the fact that black's king is going nowhere. If, for example, bishop e7 and, I don't know, rook d1, bishop takes, pawn takes, then any endgame is better for white. Okay, so if I'm playing white, I'm playing f3, trying to undermine the e4 pawn, and then I'm playing knight d3, knight e5. If, for example, let's go for a dream scenario. So castles, here takes, and I don't know, king b8, knight d3, rook e8, knight e5, and I think this is resignable. So this variation will give you a lot of activity. e3 against the g6 line, and the early h4. Again, if you don't want to play for that, you can play for a sensible London system setup. So, sorry for being biased, but I only have words of praise for the Hopton attack. I think it's a great opening. I think it's a great weapon against the Dutch, and If you are a Dutch player and you don't know it, you better learn it. If you are a d4 player and you're struggling against the Dutch, pick up the Hopton. It's a great weapon. Hope you like the video. Let me know what you think and stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye. Hi everyone, Stjepan here. In today's video I'm going to finish the series on the Dutch defense, and we're going to be looking at the Raphael variation, which is an interesting way for white to play against the Dutch and an interesting way to avoid the main lines and the three main opening systems black would use: the Leningrad, the Stonewall and the Classical. Because after the Raphael variation, it's not really possible for black to do any of those things, and black has to play a weird non-Dutch position, which is the first thing that makes the Raphael variation interesting. Okay, so we will be looking at this position: d4 for white, f5 for black, and knight to c3. I should just say that against the move order with pawn to e6, playing the move knight c3 is possible, and it has been played, but of course black could just enter a normal sort of queen's gambit declined, in which position in which white has to play energetically to justify his knight on c3, so you actually have to play e4. And you enter the Paulus French. There's nothing better. If you don't want to play the Paulus French, then bishop f4 is sort of a Jobava-London system. So if you only play the Raphael variation, some Dutch players are going to be playing the move order with pawn to e6. So after knight c3 and d5, which is by far the main move, you have to choose between the London system and the Paulus French, which could then be the Winover or the Classical, and could get complicated. But after knight to c3, when black plays f5, it's a completely different game. Now, what does that mean? Firstly, it blocks your c-pawn, which in many variations of the Dutch, white likes to play to expand before playing knight to c3. Most importantly, keeping control over the d5 square and trying to exert influence on the center straight away with the pawn. In the Raphael variation, white does that with the knight. Secondly, and probably more importantly, and something that's more significant for the Dutch player who's not cautious, it controls e4. So in some variations, white could be playing the Staunton gambit without it being a gambit. So if black should, for example, play, I don't know, pawn to b6, which is not a good move, then you play e4 and just break the center. If black plays pawn to g6, which is an okay move, then you play e4, you break the center. If black plays pawn to e6, defending f5, then again you play e4. So the immediate idea of the Raphael variation is to be able to play e4 without it being a gambit. So usually black does something about that. And the two main moves that we are going to be looking at are d5 and knight f6, which prevent e4. Another thing, excuse me, I would like to mention about knight c3 is that it will often provide positions similar to the Jobava-London system, because white's normal continuation after d4 knight c3 is to play bishop f4 or bishop g5 and then pawn to e3. So let's just play nothing moves for black. So for example, something like this happens. This is a sensible development plan, after which white could castle either way, and you sort of play a Jobava-London system. This is what visually seems white should be doing after knight c3. So often he is going to be doing that. On the other hand, often this knight is going to be in the way, and you are going to see stuff like b3 and then knight a4 and then c4 and knight c3, trying to get this knight back home and trying to pretend that you haven't played a weird anti-positional move like knight c3. But again, there's a purpose to knight c3, and black has to do something about it straight away. So let's look at the sidelines first. If a Leningrad Dutch player decides to play g6, then the position is not much worse for black, but white should hold a significant edge after e4, and basically black's forced reaction, f takes e4, knight takes e4, d5, trying to chase this knight away. Now after knight g5, bishop g7, bishop d3, this pawn cannot be taken, bishop d4, bishop g6 check, and you pick up the bishop. black's position is just ruined, while white has a perfect position. So let's, for example, have a look at queen d6, c3. Your next moves are going to be knight f3, castles kingside, and what's black doing? This weakness, without the control over e4 that the f5 pawn provides, is useless, and it has been, f5 has been played for nothing if g6 is played here. The same goes for e6. Again, after e4, you have no better option but to take, and knight takes e4, and now knight f6. You can simply exchange, and after queen takes f6, knight f3. Again, this weakness, there is no compensation for the weakness. Okay, and black is simply worse because his king safety is compromised, and white has great central control. He is about to play bishop d3, castles kingside. Very normal moves. Okay, so we are going to be looking at two moves. You're going to be looking at knight f6, which controls and prevents e4, and we are going to be looking at d5, which controls and prevents e4. Okay, after knight to f6 and after d5, and I'm going to be showing you the Rafael from white's perspective because I enjoy playing it with white, and black is supposed to be okay, but I don't like the positions for black, so I'll just show it from white's perspective. Although I'm going to show you two games played by black, won by black, to compensate for that. Okay, after knight f6 and after d5, bishop g5 is the move I'm going to be showing. There are alternatives, but by far less popular. Here in the live book, bishop g5 played 1500 times, bishop f4 played 26 times. So there's a reason for that. After bishop g5, in some lines, we are going to be transposing into the Hopton attack, which is bishop g5 instead of knight c3. And I'm going to show you one example of that. So the main line here is d5, again, preventing e4, because this is sort of the Roy Lopez in reverse, where white plays bishop g5 instead of bishop b5, and trying to control the e4 square. So if black is not careful, I take on f6, play e4, expand, and have a great position. So d5 is the main move. The alternative is pawn to e6, which is not as good because it allows e4. So let's look at that first. So obviously black doesn't want to take. Instead we play e4 because the knight is now pinned, and after ef4, knight e4, bishop e7, we take on f6, bishop f6, and we can either play bishop queen h5 check, and after g6, queen h6 to sort of disrupt black's position, and well, this is very pleasant, I think. Or after bishop f6, we can simply continue knight f3, defending the pawn, and black's best is to play b6, bishop b7, and play a sort of weird Queen's Indian, where even though you would like to play f5 at some point, here you no longer have the f5 pawn, so you have all the weaknesses without compensation, and white has a lead in development. So after bishop g5, if I'm playing black, I'm playing d5. Very straightforward, simply preventing the pawn from coming to e4. Now, you may be wondering why. Okay, let's have a look at the line first. Bishop f6, e takes f6. Excuse me, my internet is not working again, or so it seems. I'll try switching to my mobile network because I don't know if I can go through the moves offline, even though they are already input. Let's just see. Okay, sorry for 1 second. I have to try and do this now. Okay, it should be better. So after bishop g5, d5, we take on f6, he takes with the e-pawn, and after pawn to e3, this position may be familiar to you. Let's have a look at it from the Hopton attack. After d4, f5, if white starts with the Hopton attack, I hope you watched my previous video. If you haven't, you should, because it's a useful variation as well. After bishop g5, knight f6 is one of the moves which I said black shouldn't really be playing, because it allows bishop f6, e takes f6, and e3, and d5. Now if you look at that position, and if you look at this position, this is the position from the Rafael variation. The difference is that the knight is on c3. In the position from the Hopton attack, The knight is not on c3 and it's white to play. If it's white to play, white is never playing knight c3. There's no reason to play knight c3. In the hope, then you play c4, you expand, and then you play knight c3. So the difference when you reach this from the Raphael variation is that black doesn't have a bad position because you have no way to break the center straight away. Even though this is still positionally fine for white, slightly worse for black, more weaknesses for black, it's not easy to dynamically exploit the weaknesses created by black. So from the Hopton attack, we would play c4 and the position explodes. Something like bishop e6, cd5, bishop d5, knight c3, and already white's pieces are flying. In the Raphael, it's a different story. Black plays bishop to e6, we play bishop to d3, normal development, knight c6, a3, stopping knight b4 so that the bishop doesn't have to move, queen d7, and now there are a couple of options. Knight g2 is the main move. The idea is basically to play knight f4, force this bishop back to f7. You can also play knight f3. I'm going to show you one game with knight f3 now because that's a sideline. This is the game Alex Yermolinsky versus Stefan Kinderman. And it was played in 1997 FIDE World Championship knockouts, and black won. So bishop d6 played, knight b5 played, of course white played a3 for a reason, black should have played a6, bishop to e7, the bishop drops back, white castles king side, and now knight to d8, knight back to c3, knight to f7, which is a nice maneuver, knight came to e2, and now the other knight is coming to f4. And in this position, after knight to d6, white played the move b3, stopping knight to c4. Usually, as I said, pawn to b3 is played to play knight a4 and c4. Black castles, knight to f4, bishop to f7, this is very standard. Queen to e2 played and g5 played. So black is playing very aggressively, and here's one point which I wanted to show you of this d5 line. That's that you have two f-pawns that may be visually awkward, but it's extremely useful for a kingside pawn storm. One thing that's true is that it's very hard to get your f8 bishop into play because of the g6 pawn, but very often these pawns are going to provide enough attacking pressure that you won't be needing a dark squared bishop. In this position, in fact, the knight is trapped, and if the knight should return to h3, then g4 wins a piece. So white sacrifices a knight on d5 and has no compensation for the piece, because basically after this, yeah, black is just worse and black lost. So I think it's interesting. Okay, let's forgive white for playing queen e2, trapping his knight, but it's interesting that black could have played that anyway. I mean, for example, something like rook c1 preparing c4, then g5, and your knight has to go back, g4. This is very strong. It's very strong, and this is what black should be doing. Okay, so that's knight f3. Now knight g2 e2, which is the main line, leads to slightly less awkward positions because there's no tempo gain on g4. Okay, knight e7, nonetheless. Black could also castle queenside very quickly in this variation, but white has a very straightforward plan to fight against that. So remember that if black castles queenside, your plan of attack is move the knight away somewhere and play b4, c4, b5, checkmate. So that's the main idea. So for example, knight a4, let's say king b8, and you just continue b4 and just try to break through. But instead of castling queenside, knight e7 is more common. And now the usual plan is b3. Although you don't have to play b3, you can play knight f4 and bishop f7 and h4 and try to break through on the king side. I'm not a big fan of this, except for the fact that it prevents g5 from being a very easy move, because the black king hasn't committed yet. So after something like h5 and queen d2, black doesn't have to go kingside, he can still go queenside and white do play h4. But usually b3 is played. Now this may seem like a strange move, but the very clear purpose of the move is knight a4. And after knight a4, b6, preventing knight c5. In some variations, you continue c4. Now, this shouldn't really be taken. So after bishop h6, the knight drops back to c3. Now, why did the knight go to c3 on move 2? Well, it wanted to provoke black into weakening his position to stop e4. Once the knight did that, then it just drops back. Black castles kingside, white continues h4. Now it does make sense because of course the king is committed already. Something like rook f to d8, h5, and you don't want to react to this, you defend with king g7, hg, something like queen d2, putting pressure on h6 already, rook h8, for example, and white castles queenside. And this is the main line of the Raphael. Whoa, what did I just do? Excuse me. White is supposed to be slightly better. This is what you get with correct play. These were not engine best moves, these were good moves. And it's double-edged. What black has is this pawn mess in the center, great control over e4. Sometimes the possibility to break open the position with a5, a4, sometimes c5, sometimes g5, f4. So black's pawns are very mobile, and black has the bishop pair, so that's a lot. Now let's just have a look at an alternative plan to knight a4, and that's the plan with knight f4. We're going to be looking at the game black won. Again, this is Carlsen, not Magnus, but Eric, versus Antonio Silva, played in Spain in 2007, and this was the Spanish league. So white castled instead of playing knight a4, and after bishop h6, so black is playing his usual stuff, we have knight f4. Now that's the disadvantage of castling first. Had white played knight f4, then after bishop h6 he could have taken on e6. So move order tricks are important. Bishop h6, and now after knight f4 takes and e takes. Now this may seem good, but no piece really wanted to come to e5 anyway, and there's no e pawn to break through here. It does prevent g5 for the moment, but not really because I have another f pawn. So I see no upside to ruining my pawn structure, except for the fact that your king is exposed, but after castles kingside, so I wouldn't be happy with white compromising my pawn structure like this, although it does control squares, so it's not that bad. Queen f3, rook a to e8 played, rook f to e1, normal moves, bishop f7, very normal, h4, you have to prevent h5, so h5, queen g3, white is playing for a quick attack, for some tricks, so in the case of both the knight and the queen moving, then bishop takes f5, but not really yet, or bishop e2, bishop takes h5. Knight c8, rook a d1, normal development, the knight came back to d6. Now this I like. The knight is aiming at the e4 square, which if defended with f3 would sort of shut in the queen. And, well, weaken this diagonal, so maybe something could be going on here. Okay, bishop e2, king h7, a prophylactic move, now nothing is hanging, not h5 or f5. Bishop f1, c6 defending, f3 stopping knight e4, b6, well, again a prophylactic move. Queen f2, knight b7, I'm not going to be going through the whole game in detail. Basically both sides are maneuvering, and now the pawn structure on the king side is symmetrical after this exchange and white playing f3, and the pawn structure on the queen side is about to be symmetrical if white plays a6. And I thought that was very interesting, that's why I wanted to show you this game. So this should be perfectly equal. Now watch what happens. Black exchanges a pair of rooks, plays knight e6. Now one thing we can notice immediately, that the black knight has some more potential. And after queen d2, black breaks through, and he is the first one to break through. Queen d2 is a bad move because it actually restricts the knight even more. c5. a4, g5. So black breaks through on both fronts. Now, this is what's interesting. You have two pawn breaks. You have c5, you have g5, which white normally doesn't have. White normally doesn't have that. It does in this game, but not normally. So fg5, fg5, hg5, and now, of course, queen d2 had a purpose, stopping g5, but the idea was not knight g5, losing a piece, but f4. And this completely demolishes the white position. G takes f4, bishop g6. And all the black pieces are just perfect. He could have taken on f4, but yeah. Okay, knight a3, knight takes f4 check, king h1, c4, breaking again, knight b5 attacks the queen, but queen d7, and the queen is coming to h3. bc3, bishop d3, trading off a very important defender. Of course, you cannot play bishop g2 or bishop h3 because that's just going to be snapped off. So cd5, bishop takes f1, rook takes, and now it's basically all over. King g1, queen g3, king h1, rook e8, all the pieces are coming in, h4, and yeah, we don't have to go on from here. The game finished in a couple of moves. And here white resigned. So I thought that was an extraordinary game. This is the critical position in which this pawn structure is what you can expect with black. Now I'm trying to be fair to black because I'm showing the variations from white's perspective. This is the pawn structure you can expect, and c5 and g5 are your pawn breaks. All right, now let's move on to d5. So after knight c3, the second way to stop e4 is to play d5, and this is going to be slightly more closed. And at first I'm going to show you a sideline that you'll almost never see, but you have to know. So bishop g5 again is the main move, but white can play e4, which has a very cool name, Kingfisher Gambit. First of all, taking with the f-pawn is not good because of queen h5, and after g6, queen takes d5. Now whatever you do, let's say queen d5, knight d5, have to defend c7, this is not good. Or after g6, queen takes d5, bishop g7, again, this is not good. Queen takes d8, king takes d8, knight takes e4, bishop d4, and again, white is much better, black's position is ruined. So after the Kingfisher Gambit, you want to take with the d-pawn. And now the justification doesn't really exist, but the idea is interesting. You play bishop f4, lead in development, knight f6, f3, e6, defending the center, fe4, fe4, bishop c4. You can see that all the white pieces are coming into the game fairly quickly, but if black is careful, doesn't really work. So e4, not really a good move. The second sideline is bishop f4. That's quite a good move, slightly less aggressive than bishop g5 because it doesn't prevent e6, among other things, and also it's not looking at the queen, but it's looking at c7. So black should respond with knight f6, and after e3, e6. So as we said, the Jobava-London system is what white wants to achieve with this Raphael variation, and after d5 it's quite easy to achieve. So you can do it with bishop f4, or you can do it with bishop g5. Now here black has a couple of options. Firstly, knight f6 we should discard because that transposes to the knight f6 main line. We saw this, takes, and e3 and bishop e6 and blah blah blah. Okay, and then instead of knight f6 he can also play h6, which after bishop f4, knight f6, e3, and for example g5 leads to very interesting positions for white, because now two diagonals are very weak, and this I really wouldn't recommend unless you know 20 moves of theory or 20 best engine moves, because you could lose in a matter of one move. Okay, the third sideline is c6, which is the most solid, probably defending d5 and sort of going into a Carlsbad pawn structure where the pawn is still on c4. So there could be some interesting minority attack ideas supported by c4. So c3, b4, b5, for example. Queen b6, using the fact that this bishop is gone. So white is going to have usual problems you have in the London system because you move your c1 bishop quickly. So rook b1. There are no knight b5 tricks here, so you don't give up the pawn. There's a pawn on c6. Knight d7, something like bishop to d3, g6, knight f3, knight f6, castles, very normal. The good thing about the Raphael variation is that you don't have to think. after you memorize your setup, same as in the London system, you just play it, no problem. So that's c6, not too ambitious. The most ambitious attempt is g6, and this is going to be fairly similar to the Veresov attack or the Richter-Veresov attack, which starts after d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5, but the pawn is still on f7. So let me show you what I'm talking about. After g6, e3, something like bishop g7. This is a fairly similar piece constellation after the knight comes to f6, and well, some ideas apply, although black's position is weaker. So after g6, e3. So basically after moving your bishop, e3 is your next move. If you play g6 with black, you play bishop g7. And now here's the point. Against this d5, g6, bishop g7 idea, which leaves a ton of holes behind, you don't play a normal position. You could, and it's not a bad idea. Just a second. It wouldn't be bad if you played bishop d3, knight f3, queen d2, castles either side, but that's too slow. g6 leaves a weakness and leaves this hook, which you can undermine with h5, so you simply continue h4. Okay, and this is going to be aggressive, and this is why I like the Raphael variation. c6 again, defending d5, bishop to d3. Again, pressure on this diagonal. May seem absurd to attack this pawn chain, which is so solid, but after, for example, bishop e6, you can see black's intention. He's already prepared to drop his bishop back to f7 if needed, to defend this diagonal, and after knight f3, knight to d7, h5 is coming, h5. And, well, you don't want to take, really, because that would completely destroy your pawn structure. If white takes, then at least your rook is defended. So you continue developing knight to f6. And this bishop may seem weird, but isn't really needed in the attack. There's nothing with this diagonal, so you exchange that off. And after bishop takes, you take on g6, h takes g6, you take the rook, and bishop takes. And you play for small advantages. What are those small advantages? Well, firstly, h4, g5, and e5. These are very important squares. Secondly, you have knight e2, knight f4, looking at e6, looking at g6. Sometimes, if the pawn moves, you have queen h5. You have the weakness on g6 you can provoke and attack. And you also can start advancing on the queen side too. So from this position on, there have been only 2 games. White won 1, black drew 1. If I turn on the engine, it's +1 for white, and the engine plays g4, which I would be slightly afraid to play. I would prefer knight g5. But there are other moves you can play too. You can simply develop your queen and castle, or you can move your king to d2. It's quite safe, and then play queen h1. So there are a couple of plans you could go for. In any case, a very pleasant position. So what you want to do is break open the king side, trade off the rook, and poke at small weaknesses. If black is uncareful, then he could even lose before reaching this position. So that's the Raphael variation. I hope you liked the video, and I hope I managed to explain it at least partially. If you have any questions, let me know. And yeah, we are moving on to the Queen's Gambit Accepted tomorrow or on Sunday. And stay tuned for more chess. Bye bye.